Well, good morning, good morning, good morning to everyone. I hope everyone is doing fantastic today. Welcome and thank you so much for joining our Youth Career and College Excellence Summit. For those who may not have met me before, I am Dr. Christie Murray, and I will be your illustrious host over the next 2 days as we gear up and we share some great and insightful information on careers, college, and more. I will tell you that in order to be eligible for the scholarships on both days, I will be looking for student engagement, which means feel free to ask questions. Feel free to put any questions you have in the chat. And more importantly, I will be looking to see if your cameras are on. It's kind of hard to engage in a virtual environment without being able to see student faces. So thank you so much, and we're going to get started with the program today.
I think the late, great Michael Jackson said it best. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to make that change. See, a strange thing happens when you realize that you're driving in the wrong lane. That's when you have to self-assess, hit reset or refresh, and make the choice to revise and rearrange. See, sometimes it's hard to see clearly when you're looking through the wrong lens and wearing the wrong frame. The pain, shame, and stain of failure can be crippling at times. And the rippling effects are hard to overcome when you feel like everyone expects you to be at your best at all times. That's entirely too much pressure, my friend. And too much pressure can lead to you being a lesser version of your usual phenomenal self. So I'm personally granting you permission to relax. Eliminate all worries and doubts. Take a moment to reboot, replant seeds of success, and prepare them to sprout. I get it. Your classes are overwhelming this semester. Test after test after test. And as of right now, your grades are a mess, which is the exact reason for all of your struggle, strife, and stress. But if you're in ear's reach of my voice, you're about to be blessed. This is the moment the old you meets the new you. Because I know someone who went through and overcame the exact same issue, but didn't need a tissue because this person made the choice to human up. And that's exactly what you are about to do. Break it down and add just a little more effort. Add just a little more planning. Add just a little more focus. Add just a little more time management. Add just a little more patience. Add just a little more studying. Add just a little more listening. Add just a little more discipline. She started with the woman in the mirror and asked herself, why is she struggling with her classes? She was brutally honest with herself. The answer was, she wasn't giving each class enough study time. And at that very moment, everything changed. Because she decided to make studying one of her top priorities in life and set her butt down. She pulled out a calendar and wrote, WROTE, down how much time she would spend studying for each class each day. See, if you're struggling in your classes and you don't have a written down plan for the least amount of time you will spend studying and preparing for each class, you stop this video right now. Go get you a pencil and a planner and map a study course for your success out right now. You can come back to this exact point when you're finished. Because once you write it down, it becomes real. And that's just the beginning. Because see, my friend said writing it down was the easy part. She said the execution and follow through is what will test your heart. And when the real work starts, she said it wasn't easy. And there were times that she got off schedule. But because she had a written down course of action and she consistently followed her schedule, it really worked. Because she went from being on the brink of failing all of her classes at the midpoint of the semester to passing all of her classes with honors. So what you gonna do, bro? What you gonna do, sis? Success is yours for the taking. And if I'm not mistaken, you said your goal was to pass every class. If I'm not mistaken, you said your goal was to never again finish last. If I'm not mistaken, you said your goal was to never be broken like glass. If I'm not mistaken, you said your goal was to always be driven and never crash. This is your dream, not mine. And you said your goal was to pass every class. You said your goal was to never again finish last. You said your goal was to never be broken like glass. You said your goal was to always be driven and never ever crash. So all excuses, you throw them in the trash because it's your time to blow up and blast off, because never again will you be a cast off, because the old you is gone. You took the mask off. The sirens of panic all stopped. You turned the flash off. Lock in with me. There is absolutely no reason why you can't succeed. All you gotta do is water the seeds of success that are planted in your heart. Sometimes you may have to change the fertilizer to get a new spark, meaning make the necessary adjustments and give yourself a brand new start. You got this. This is a great day to win.
Okay, so good morning again to everyone. I love kicking off my summits with a video that really kind of drives some of the essence of what I'm really about. And I love working with young adults and really making sure that you have confidence and that you know that you can do anything you set your mind to. So again, welcome. I'm Dr. Christie Murray. For those who joined us just a few minutes ago, thank you for joining today's Youth Career and College Excellence Summit. This actually is my 4th year hosting this virtual summit. And I host it for high school students, college students, and your parents, because one of the things that I found is that right before your academic and your college school years kick off, there's an opportunity to make sure that you get impactful information that you need, both related to the upcoming school year, but also when it comes down to just young adulting and providing you with some resources and some strategies that can help you no matter where you are on that journey. So again, welcome. And I want to give an extra special shout out to my repeat attendees. I do see some faces and some names of young adults and parents who have joined me for multiple years. So thank you for joining again. And for those who are new, yes, you can join my summit more than 1 year in a row. So thank you for being with me this year. So if you're wondering, why is Dr. Murray hosting the summit every year? I already gave you a little bit of insight, but here's a little bit more context. A lot of activities happen throughout the year. Many organizations, schools, you name it, have programs and activities for young adults to learn more about careers, college, and more. But not many of them focus in the month of August. August is a very timely time of the year to make sure, and I really love focusing and making sure my high school juniors and really my high school seniors who are on here have the information they need to really kick off their academic years differently. Because one of the things you'll hear me emphasize over the course of this session is that you really want to make sure that you apply to colleges if you're a rising senior in the fall of your senior year. So you'll hear me talk more about that. But I also use this as an opportunity to pour into college students, to give you a bit of encouragement and support as you kick off your next year of college, or those who are rising freshmen in the fall and going to college for the first time. So you'll have some opportunities at whatever level you are to hear things that you can take away and use beyond today's summit. The theme of this year's summit is to educate, empower, and equip young adults for excellence. I really do believe in excellence, and that video you just watched really gets to the heart of it. Looking at yourself and thinking you can get through anything if you're willing to commit, put forth the effort, and not give up on yourself. And that's really what excellence is all about, always being in pursuit of self-improvement and making progress for whatever that means in your life. So today what we're going to do, we're going to make sure that we share impactful information for careers and college preparedness. We'll also take this as an opportunity to empower you. And I want to, and you'll hear me in different ways share more, but I want to empower you to make sure you take ownership and accountability of your life, your future, and see yourselves as a leader in your own life. If no one's ever told you before, you are already a leader. You have to first start with self-leadership. So we're going to talk about things that help you to be more in the driver's seat of what's happening in your life. As you're in high school, potentially in college and beyond, one of the things that I want you to remember is no one is going to work harder for your future than you will. No one is going to own it more than you will. And no one's going to celebrate your successes more than you will. So take that ownership. And lastly, we certainly want to use this as an opportunity to equip you. So what you'll see me do is provide you with tools and resources, some financial, to help you along your journey. So I don't want to just tell you what to do, but I want to be a part of the process and journey to show you how to do it and give you some great resources to be successful. So if you are excited about that, as I am, then I look forward to spending time with you today and tomorrow. I do want to kick it off with a few housekeeping things. First, I do want to remind everyone that this session is being recorded. So please note that these talks that we're having will be shared publicly for those who are unable to attend today's and tomorrow's summit. So I will be recording and making sure that this information is on my YouTube channel for others to be able to view. Also, the slides and the recordings, again, will be on my website, and they'll also be on my YouTube channel. If you haven't already muted your lines, please mute your lines so that we can make sure that we minimize any noise and background noise and distractions. Feel free, particularly those who might be interested in Dr. Christie's scholarships that may be offered, but feel free to come off of mute at any time and share, raise your hand, use the hand feature, and or share so that we can make sure that you get any questions you have. This is a safe space to ask questions, and I want everyone to feel empowered to be able to do so during today's session. Or you can drop a comment in the chat, and I do have Miss Cassandra. She is on to also help me as we're navigating through our summit to address any questions you have in the chat. And parents, ask questions as well. This is as much for parents as it is for young adults. So please feel empowered to do the same. Now, also, this last bullet is important. If you're at all interested in any of my scholarship opportunities, I highly recommend that you plan to, let me erase this real quick. It's annoying me with these squiggly lines here. Please plan on being on camera, and also make sure that you are engaged in the discussion. So if we have guest speakers, we will have some guest speakers. We will have other young adults on a college and career panel sharing about their insights. And so I want you to feel comfortable asking your questions and engaging with those who we've invited in to share their insights and expertise with each one of you. So if you want opportunities for the scholarships, then listen up. Also, throughout today in particular, I will be giving you information on what you'll need to be working on for the scholarships. And I'll say this up front, after the summit ends, our summit will end around 3 p.m. today. So after Eastern time. So after the summit today, you have a little bit of homework to complete a brief scholarship application. And that is what we will be evaluating later this evening into the morning. And tomorrow, the second day of the summit, we will end with announcing our scholarship winners. So you will know by the end of the second day whether or not you are one of our scholarship recipients. The other tip I'll give you up front is If you put garbage into the application, then we're likely to evaluate garbage on the evaluation side, and you're not likely to get awarded the funds. So please take that serious. And I do this for two reasons. One, if you spend 2 days with Dr. Christie on a summit, I want to make sure it's worth your while. I want you to have an opportunity for scholarships and other giveaway opportunities, because I want to make sure that we give you resources you need. And two, going through my mini scholarship application, because I'm going to give you some feedback tomorrow on how well you did with your application, is an example of what other scholarship providers will be looking for. So if you have dual scholarship application, then don't expect anybody's funding. And so I want to make sure that those who are attending my summit are at the top of the list, the most competitive when it comes to getting scholarship funds from not just my summit, but externally too. And we'll talk a lot more about scholarships later today. Are there any questions or comments as we get started? All right, well, with that being said, I want to kick it off and give you a little bit of insight in the agenda for the next 2 days. I'm already wrapping up my opening remarks, but I'll also spend the next, probably between now and about 11:45 Eastern, talking about careers, college planning, what does it take to get through the college admissions process, sharing strategies I wish someone had told me. And then I'll talk about another important topic, college funding and scholarships. So there's getting into school, and then there's how do you pay for it? And both, I always kick off my summits every year with these same two topics. So if you've attended in the past, you're like, oh, Dr. Christie, I've heard that before. Stick around anyway, because I always add new things to these two topics, but also share your insights. So if you're a return student and you're currently in college, or you have graduated college and you've used my systems and strategies, then come off of mute and share your experiences with others, because that's the value you too can bring to this space. Then we'll stop and take about a 15-minute break around 11:45. And I'm sorry I can't give you a full lunch break, but I'm trying to jam pack as much information as possible into our brief time together today. But we'll take about a 15-minute break, go grab a sandwich, use the restroom, grab something to drink, and come back. And then we will have a couple of key guests coming in. We will have a guest speaker to come in and talk about military ROTC scholarships, in particular, U.S. Army ROTC scholarships. And then we will have a gentleman come in and talk about apprenticeship opportunities. How can you earn while you learn? Not everybody wants to go to a 4-year college or go to college at all. So how do we create those opportunities and expose you to other opportunities outside of a 4-year college experience? And then I'm so excited to have we have a moderated panel discussion, and we're going to have young adults come and share their experiences on college and beyond, life after college and the workforce. So please, certainly stick around for that, because they're going to share some things that are certainly relevant to your generation. And then lastly, I will wrap up for the day and share the instructions for the scholarships. Tomorrow, you will join me at 3:00 p.m. Eastern. So everyone can go worship if you worship or have a religious service on Sunday, or whatever you like to do on Sunday. And join me back at 3 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be together from 3 to 6 p.m. tomorrow. I'll recap what we did day one, and then we'll move right into our couple of guest speakers. We'll have one guest speaker who will talk about your voice and your vote matters. Well, two actually. They'll talk from two different perspectives and share particularly why it's important for young adults to get out to the polls. We're not here to tell you who to vote for, but we are to tell you that voting does matter and how you can go about doing it and what that process looks like. And then we will have a young lady to come on and talk about money matters for young adults. I love making sure that we share with you strategies on how to invest, how to work with your credit, how to deal with credit cards, and more. So she will share about that. Then we'll take a brief 5-minute break and come back, and we'll have a licensed therapist come and share about self-care. And what does that look like in terms of self-care and mental health in a collegiate environment, but as a young adult. And then we will wrap up with our drum roll and we will announce our scholarship winners. We'll thank our sponsors and then we will close out the program. Any questions about the agenda, please drop them in the chat or feel free to raise your hand and be acknowledged for a live question. Okay. Well, next, I would be remiss if I didn't start out by saying thank you, thank you, thank you, and recognizing our sponsors. Educational Excellence, my company, we are hosting this summit as we have for the past 4 years and happy to do so. And it has always been virtual so that I could reach students across the country. That's the only way I can do it is to do it virtual. So if you're wondering, why aren't you doing this in person? Because one, I'm sure you love the luxury of being at home and being able to multitask or to participate in this summit, and so do others. But also because my vision is to reach as many people who want to be reached and who want access to this information. So that is the reason why I host it every year in August, and I do it virtually. I also want to extend special thank yous to the Buffy Foundation Incorporated, Magnus Temple No. 3, Ancient Egyptian Arabic Order Nobles, Mystic Shrine of North and South America and its jurisdictions. Also, thank you to the Gospel Worship Experience Scholarship Program, Ultimus IT, the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Washington, their Center of Transformation Program, and Chambliss Consulting, LLC. These entities have either sponsored scholarships and/or is hosting the event. Most of them are scholarship sponsors. So those are the organizations that we all have to thank for making funding available to you for this summit. All right, without further ado, I am going to dive right into our discussion on career and college planning strategies I wish someone had told me. So I am going to be the guest speaker for this session and the next session. And again, my repeat attendees, you know these strategies. If you've applied them, I want you to share some of your experiences as well. All right, so what I want to do with this session in particular, this first one, is I'm going to share impactful college admissions and planning strategies so that you can start your process. If you have a college plan or a career plan, great. If you don't, I would highly encourage you to be thinking about what that looks like during this session. Feel free to grab a pen and paper and take notes that you may hear me. There may be some things that may resonate with you that you want to follow up on in the session. You don't have to take screenshots of all of these slides because I will provide those to everyone who's registered and put those on my website for you to reference. In the second session, I am going to share college funding and scholarship strategies with you. And in both, you'll see me talk a little bit about HBCUs and predominantly white institutions, because I think it's important to raise awareness on the value of college institutions. But what's my ultimate goal? My goal is to help, if I could, in my Christie's crystal ball, my vision in life with the work that I do around career and college planning is to make sure every young person who wants to go to college, that they can get accepted into the college of their dream and to graduate debt free without owing anybody any money. I wake up every day and that's my vision for each one of you. All right, now we're gonna get started. As I get started, can y'all do me a favor, all of my parents and students? Can you let me know in the chat if you are in high school? And if you put high school, put your grade, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. If you're in middle school, put your grade. If you were in college, put your year, freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. Let me know. And if you're a parent, and you're attending for your child or with your child and you're on one screen, let me know what grade you're in. I love finding out who's in the room. That helps me to be able to tailor my discussion with you. Okay, great. Okay, it's good to see my juniors and seniors in high school. Now, I will tell you as you're filling in and letting me know, okay, I see some college students, incoming freshmen, some sophomores in here. Excellent. Rising freshmen. Great. Okay, great. And I I will be making sure I emphasize points specifically to my high school seniors. Time is of the essence, and I want to make sure that you're getting your applications in, you're positioning yourself very well your senior year. So let's get this kicked off and keep putting those in the chat. So here's what I want to do. I want to make sure that you get access to information that you did not already know. I want to close the gap in what you knew and your parents knew and what you'll know leaving out of the summit. My vision is that you leave out of my summit more prepared, with more information and more sense of ease about what you need to do next. Your senior year, even your junior year, wherever you are in high school and college, should not be overwhelming. But in order for that to happen, you need to have a plan. Plans help you to sleep good at night and not get frustrated. So as you're thinking today, I want you to think about what's your what and what's your why. What do you want to do with the rest of your life? Whether you want to go to college or not, whether you want to join the military, take up a trade, go straight into the workforce. What is your what? If you don't know, I'm not here to pressure you to knowing today, but what I would encourage you to do is to start thinking more seriously about that. And then what's your why? Why does what you want to do matter? What are you interested in doing to create great earning potential for yourself, to make a difference in society, to make a lasting impact on the world? Those things are important. So as we talk about careers in college, I want to explore those. And as we do that, let me share a little bit about my why. So, and in those who have attended my sessions before, you've heard me share. I'm not going to get into the long-winded version. I'm going to abbreviate. But years ago, I was in high school. I'm not going to tell you how many years because y'all going to say she outdated. No, I'm not, because I still have 2 sons in college and I'm going through this process with them. But when I was in high school, I had 2 sisters who were currently in college and I was the youngest. So they're twin sisters. And I went on all these college tours and I came home and I told my parents I fell in love with Hampton University and I wanted to go to school there. And my mother's like, Hampton's a private school, costs too much, find somewhere else. Long story short, I didn't want to do that. And so my mother said, if you want to go to Hampton, you're going to have to figure out how to help pay for it. That was the impetus to steps that I took that changed my life ultimately. What came out of that whole experience is I started talking to folks about what I wanted to do next. And my school counselor was very, 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 very helpful in that process because she connected me with a scholarship that had a quick turnaround deadline. I think she told me about it on one day and I had to get it in the next day. And I needed my transcripts. I needed the entire package. How many of you today, and this question is for all of you, and this is for young adults too, who are in college or post-college. This is a life lesson. If somebody put an opportunity in front of you, how many of you would be prepared to execute on it today? Is your resume or your scholar profile up to date? Have you brushed up on your interview skills? Do you have access to your high school, your college transcripts easily? Even after you graduate from college, you still need to be able to access your college transcripts quickly. How many of you could pull together what you need quickly? If you're not there yet, it's okay, but stay ready so you don't have to get ready. You hear me say that multiple times. And that's what I did in this situation. I went home, I had a system. Yes, as a high school senior, I had a system. And I would encourage you to as well. And I pulled together those things, got that application in. Weeks went by, 2 interviews later. Yes, I interviewed twice for a scholarship. I found out that I was the recipient of this scholarship. They were looking for a student who was interested in going to Hampton University to major in electrical engineering for 4 years. I got a full scholarship, a summer internships every summer I was in college, and a full-time job after college. And I had that entire package the day I walked across the high school stage. Why do I share my why and my story? Because I was very grateful for that opportunity. My system worked. I had a plan, which is the reason why I encourage you, each of you to, and work with your parents on yours. But more importantly, because I had that help, I knew that I would make it my mission to do the same and help others, young adults, to do the same just like you. So that is why I wrote several books. The first one, College Planning Strategies. I wish someone had told me. There were things I didn't know. I had to go seek it out. And so what I've done in my books is made it easy for you to get access to the core, the basic information, the streamlined information you need. And then after I published that first book, I had parents, I speak across the country, and I would have parents and I would have students say, well, Dr. Christie, we got into college, but now we got to figure out how to pay for it. And I was like, so that's why I wrote the second book. I've got to tell families how to pay for college without going broke and without taking out a bunch of student loan debt. So that was the reason for the second book. Now, the other why that I have in this space is that I was obviously a scholarship winner. And I would love, love, love for every student on here to have that same reality. Let me know in the chat if you're in college or you're on your way to college, if you've already won scholarships. Just drop a yes in the chat and let me know if you are a scholarship winner at any point. If you won scholarships, whether on my summit, anybody's program, let me know. Woohoo! I love it, love it, love it. So we already have scholarship winners in the house. So that's fantastic. Here's the other value I bring to y'all. I've been a scholarship judge. I know what we're looking for when we're looking at your applications, which is the reason why I'm going to have you to do a mini application tonight and submit it so that I can give you some great feedback on what I'm seeing. And then lastly, I have provided scholarships. I've provided scholarships myself. I've gotten scholarship donors like the summit. I'll have some scholarships available to you. So I'm also on the giving end. So obviously I'm committed to this space and to making a difference to help each one of you. So that's great. And congratulations to all of those in the chat who have been scholarship recipients. Gabriel, thank you for the question. I've been a judge for probably at least 15 to 20 years for different entities. I've judged scholarship applications over the years. So I've done it back in the day when everything was coming in on physical paper. You had somebody to hand you a hard application, to now a lot of things are done online. And so you want to make sure you're prepared for those realities. But thank you for that question. All right, now we're going to move on. So that's my why. And that's why I wrote that first book. And in my book, you'll see, I'm not going to get into the details here, but there's 10 strategies. And some of those strategies I will touch on in today's discussion. Now, ironically, when I wrote these books, my sons, they were in high school at the time, now they're in college. But my oldest son said, well, Mom, don't just tell our generation what to do. Show us how to get it done. And so that is why, while you can get my books on Amazon, you cannot get my workbook of templates anywhere except through my websites. So I said, I've got to create templates. So if I tell a young person you need a scholar profile, then I don't want you to spend your time trying to create a template. I want you to spend your time filling in your content. Should take you 10 minutes if you do it right. Or if I say you should have a plan, guess what? I'm giving you a template to start your plan with. And as you can see, so many other things. Even a shout out to my NCAA athletes. Both my sons were high school athletes. One of them is playing football on a full scholarship right now in college. So I even talk about that whole NCAA process in my materials for our scholar athletes. But the resources are here. So I don't just tell you what, I'm going to show you how to go about doing what I'm asking you to do. Also, you'll notice if you're in the 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th, 12th, whatever, there are checklists that tells you in the back of my books and workbooks where you should be focused each year of high school. Because I want to make sure you're using your time wisely. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a brief road trip. I love taking journeys, but as you know, when you're going anywhere, you got to put in where you're starting at in order to calculate how to get to where you need to be. How long is it going to take you? How many miles? How many hours? Same with this. You can't just wake up your senior year, or if you're in college and you're about to graduate and you're thinking about looking for a job and just wake up and say, oh, I need a job come Monday. No, you got to back that up and start planning early. So I'm going to talk to y'all today like y'all are all my children, all my young adults, like I talk to my sons, and I'm going to give it to you straight up. just because I've worked with so many young adults and I've seen a lot of things that work well and didn't work so well for y'all. So at times you're going to see mama mode kick in. I'm going to say, now, you know, you don't need to be doing. So just bear with me if I get into one of those modes. But we're going to talk about why you need to have a plan, how to use your time wisely. My high school seniors, start early. Don't wait until the week before you need to start applying for college applications to start. Start now while you still have a little bit of time left this summer. We'll talk about creating a scholar profile. Very, very important. Let me know in the chat if you know what that is. Say yes if you already have a scholar profile. It's like a one-page resume for students. And I know some of my repeat attendees have one. And I know some of my Boys and Girls Club youth have one because we did it. If you attended our Center of Transformation Summit, you have one already. But let me know in the chat if you already have it. And then thirdly, we'll talk about how do you choose a major and a college. You notice we'll talk about how do you choose a career, and we'll talk about how to choose a major and a college in a particular order. Then we'll talk about what do you need to do to apply if you want to go to college, whether it's a community college, a trade school, vocational school, or a 4-year college. What do you need to do? Or if you're a young adult and you're in college and you want to go to grad school, some of these strategies could still work for you. And then we'll end the next session and we'll talk a little bit more about the funding part. All right, so it's great to see in the chat that, yay, Vera, hey Anaya. Thank you, Chancellor. Great, many of you have scholar profiles already. All right, so next we're gonna talk about your current situation. And I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on this, but here's what I want you to know. You need to be thinking about where you are. So depending on what grade you're in, you should be asking yourself these questions, whether you're in high school or college. Do I know my GPA? Parents, do you know your children's GPA? If you don't, you should know your GPA after every semester. Every semester I drove my kids crazy because when their grades came out, I said, what's your new GPA? Like, Mom, the grades just came out. They haven't recalculated yet. I want to know. You can't influence what you don't know. So you should know. If somebody says to you, I'm going to pick on one of y'all in the audience, Jessica. Hey, Jessica, I have an opportunity, but you have to have at least a 3.5 GPA. Jessica should know her GPA and be able to say, oh, I got a 3.8. Pass it on. Or I got a 3.0. Let me know when you have some 3.0s while I continue to strengthen my GPA. So that's why you want to know, because opportunities will pass you by if you don't even know your own situation. True or false? Only students with a high grade point average get scholarships. False. There are all kinds of scholarships. We'll talk more about that, but don't be so bogged down or unencouraged by your GPA. Some of the scholarships I'm giving out today are not based on your GPA on purpose, because I think that students need an opportunity for somebody to believe in them, and they're more than just a grade point average. So, but high GPAs helps, but certainly there are other types. If you don't know your school counselor or your academic counselor, find out who they are and build a relationship. Know them by name. Stop by and let them know what you want to do. Had I not done that in high school, it was my school counselor who gave me that application for that full scholarship. I would have never known about that opportunity if I didn't tell people what I want to do. Closed mouths do not get fed. So in your generation, I have to tell my sons this all the time. Please open your mouth and talk. Get off the phone, quit texting folks, and talk to people and say, hey, Dr. Christie, you mentioned this, or I heard you do this for a living. What opportunities do you know of? Are there scholarships in your field? Do you know of people who have X, Y, or Z, an internship, a job, a scholarship? So be prepared to advocate and ask for what you need. What's the process of getting your transcript? I hope every high schooler and college student on here knows, and parent knows, how to get quick access to your scholarship. And that example I gave you with my story, I needed it in less than 24 hours. I didn't have time to say, well, I got to wait till the school opens on Tuesday and go by the office. No, I needed to know, go online, put it in here. It's going to cost $5. So know what you need to do to get your transcripts well before you need to apply for anything. Also, start thinking about your careers. What do you want to major in? what colleges you might be interested in. You want to go to college close to home or far away from home? Get as far away from my folks as possible, or stay up the street so I can still go home for Sunday dinner. That's up to you, but start thinking about what schools you're interested in and why you're interested in those schools. One of the biggest things that really irritates me about young adults, they'll say, oh, I want to go to Spelman, but I want to major in, I don't know, I'll make something up, basket weaving. And I'm just not picking on that, but I don't want to use a major that they're likely to have. And then you find out later on you've applied to a school and you don't even know if they have your major. So you've got to be prepared to choose colleges that align with what you want to do next. Also, most colleges and universities prefer the SAT over ACT faults. Nowadays, most colleges don't require you to get admitted with either test, but every student in Dr. Christie's program should still take one or the other. Everybody should have at least a SAT or ACT test score. Why? And I'll get into it later, but I'll quickly say that many colleges might not use them to get admitted into their college. You can get into their college, but many of them still use it when they're giving out money, but they don't tell everybody that. So if you didn't submit any scores, you automatically aren't considered in their merit scholarships for some of these schools. So everybody should take the test. So bad news, yes, you still have to take those tests. Parents, make them take the test, one or the other anyway. All right, and so lastly, I'm gonna do the last question. True or false? Social media accounts and your online reputation does not matter. True or false? Let me know in the chat. What you do online don't matter. What y'all think? Okay, Samaya Morgan says false. Jasmine says false. Milt says false. Allie, false, false, false. Great. Zenise, false. Y'all are 100% correct. And let me tell you why. Nowadays, they're Googling you. They're Googling you for college admissions. They're Googling you for scholarships. They're going to social media platforms that you're likely on. They're looking at things that might give them links back to you to find out, let's see what kind of, who is this individual? Does she fit with our culture? Is she or he out here doing ratchet things, racist things, hurtful things, discriminatory things, bullying things, whatever that is? They're looking to see if you fit into their culture. For colleges, for internships, and definitely for full-time jobs nowadays. So my young adults who are in college trying to get those internships, and those who are trying to get those full-time jobs after college or high school, you still want to be careful of how you show up in those spaces. We're going to talk a little bit about how you show up and why branding matters. But here's the reason why I want you to think about your current situation. You need to understand, have an idea of what you want to do next so that you can use that to build your unique plan. Your plan will look different from Christie's plan or Bethany's plan or from Jaden's plan. Your plan will be uniquely yours, and your starting point may look different from someone else's. So you have to know your GPA and some of these factors, you and your parents, so that you can put together a plan that will save you time. You don't want to spend time on things you already have done or you already do well or you have access to. You want to focus on those things that are going to position you further along. So that's why you need to start out by having assessment of where you are. Now, the next thing I want you to think about is, how do you choose a career, a major, then a college? You do it in that order, y'all. You should think about, when I was in school, I knew I wanted to go to school for engineering. So the second thing I had to do is figure out, what kind of engineer do I want to be? There's so many different types. I narrowed it down to electrical. Then I had to decide, well, who has an electrical engineering program? You see how that works? You don't want to start out with a school and then only to find out, and unfortunately, some teens find out after they already attended the school, oh, I didn't realize they don't have my major. How did you get that far and didn't realize that? Do your research. So choosing matters in the order in which you choose a career, a major, and then you find a school that has those majors you're interested in, if the college route is one that you're considering. Now, I want to dispel a few myths for y'all as we get started. Yes. Did someone have a comment?
This is Cassandra Chambers. I just wanted to mention that there were a couple of questions in the chat that you
Oh,
may not have
sure.
seen because of the you were presenting.
Yes, please share the questions and I'll take them and answer them one at a time.
Okay, I'm going back to them now. Sorry.
Sorry, y'all. I know I'm getting going here and getting passionate, so I apologize if I missed your questions.
So one person asked, Shamika Joseph asked, you can ask for your current GPA after the first semester of your senior year. I thought your GPA was only valid after a full year.
No, ma'am. You can ask, and that's a great question. Whether you're in high school or college, your schools will calculate your GPA if you're on a semester or quarter, depending on how your school is set up. I know for my son, I'll use my son's high school. They had 2 quarters that equaled a semester. After the semester, around December, January, they calculated their grade point average for the semester. Same in college. After every college semester, you should be able to get your great GPA for that semester. And if you've been in college more than one semester, your cumulative, your overall GPA. There's a semester and your overall. You should have access to both. You should always know what they are, especially your cumulative, your overall GPA, because that's the one people are going to say, hey, Christie, what's your overall GPA? So I can tell if you qualify for this opportunity I have for you. So great question. Next question.
All right. The next question was, do SAT and ACT scores affect getting scholarships?
Yes. So sometimes an entity or scholarship provider will ask you for your test scores. They may have that, and it's not always the case, but you have to read the scholarship entity's criteria and instructions, and you'll provide them your SAT or ACT test scores. And then they may have a threshold. Maybe they're looking for students with X, a test score of a certain score. But you will need to have taken the test in order to apply for that scholarship or to that university to get to become eligible for their particular merit scholarships. But you have to stay ready so you don't have to get ready. When you're in your senior year and you're doing all these great things with college admissions and scholarships, you don't want to have to circle back and take those tests. Take those tests now, score well on them, and then you can use those for the rest of your senior year. Thank you for the question.
That's all the questions we have for now. Thanks.
All right, wonderful. All right, well, if we have more, I will address those. So a couple of quick facts I want to bring to your attention. Fact number one, you have options and choices. Whether you decide to go to college or not, whether you want to go straight out into the workforce or not, whether you join the military right after high school or not, whether you decide to take a gap year, that's between you and your parents and how that gap year looks if you're not in school or working. Mine have to do something, but it's up to you and your parents. Or maybe you want to engage in an apprenticeship where you earn while you learn. And we'll talk more about that in another session. But you have options. And I want you to know that you're not limited to just doing one thing. Or you can become an entrepreneur. My sons have both, they're in college and they have their own small businesses at the same time. So you can mix and match those things, and it doesn't have to look like anybody else's story. You can create your own path. Second fact, whatever you choose though, let me disappoint y'all who say, well, I'm done with school. I don't want to learn nothing else. I'm done with all this education stuff. Well, guess what? I am so sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but no matter what you do, what I just described, you still have to learn. Nobody is going to hire you on a job without training you. Nobody is going to admit you into the military without training you. Nobody is going to hire you for an apprenticeship without training you. And certainly if you take the college route on any level, vocational, community college, or four-year school, it still involves education and learning. So please get it out of your minds that you already know everything you need to know in life, because you don't. I'm still learning every day. And so learning should be a part of your self-leadership and your life journey towards growth. And I'm going to leave it at that. But if you think you're not going to learn, you likely will, or you'll learn the hard way. But even that's still learning. Third fact, you can change what you choose. So don't feel pressured. Oh my God, I have to get it 100% right today because I've got to do this for the rest of my life and I'm never going to be able to change, pivot, or move in a different direction. So not true. You can start in one area and then you can move into other areas. I started out doing programming and electrical engineering. Then I went into management. I own my own business. I do a lot of youth development work. I do a lot of education and training now. So you can pivot and bring all those things that you've learned with you throughout your life. So you can change what you do. So I don't want anybody to feel like, you know what, I'm overwhelmed because I feel like I really need to get this right. Chances are you'll get it somewhat right in your teenage years and maybe your 20s, but give yourself a little room to change, learn new things about yourself, and then give yourself permission to grow and change in different ways. So I always want to start out when I talk about careers to not really pigeonhole you or force you into thinking, oh my God, you can only pick one thing and do that well. No, you can do more than one thing well and more than one thing well at a time if you choose. But here's my message. Do your research, y'all. Use those mobile devices, computers, or whatever, tablets, those tools you have. I didn't have those 30 years ago when I was in high school. We didn't have the internet. Can y'all imagine the time before the internet? How did people, we couldn't have had this kind of conversation we're having now virtually. So you have a lot of tools at your fingertips. Leverage them to do research. Research college and careers. Research those schools we've talked about. Research if I want to be an engineer, what kind of education or training is required? If I want to be a doctor, if I want to be a scientist, whatever that is for you, find out what education. You'll find that not every job requires you to have a 4-year degree. But how will you know that if you don't do your research? Find out how much it's going to cost you. Okay, I'm going to go to a vocational school or community college. It costs me $3,000 a year or $20,000 a year. Two totally different realities. Make sure you know what those are. What kind of salary, what kind of income could I potentially make if I engage in a particular profession? And what kind of jobs can I get when I graduate with that degree? Nothing worse than you spending 4 years and $60,000 later and you can't find a job because you've picked a career that was not in demand or there wasn't a lot of openings for that particular type of job. So please do your research. That's the key takeaway. Now, as you're doing your research, I do want to introduce you to the notion that you don't have to do it alone. If you Google career assessment tools, you'll find that you can take free online tools that'll help you to learn more about yourself. If you put in your skills, interests, values, they'll ask you these guided questions, and then they'll tell you, here's Christie, what we think some great careers that we think you'll be great at. Well, use that as an opportunity to find out and get more insight as you're making those decisions. So I want to introduce you to one. It's a tool created by the Department of Labor. It's called the ONET Profiler, and the link is here and the QR code is as well. But basically, it asks 60 quick questions. Don't get overwhelmed by the 60. Y'all see 60 and say, oh my God, I'm not taking that assessment. It goes so quick. But it's 60 bubbles. You just click these bubbles on you really like it with a smiley face or you don't like it. When they ask you about different type of things you might be interested in. And then it'll spit you out. The beauty of it is it takes you probably 10 minutes, if that. And it'll spit you out a profile with so much information. It'll tell you a bunch of different careers that you might be great at based on what naturally interests you and what skills and talents you have. It'll let you know what kind of knowledge, what skills, what abilities you'll need. You need to be a great communicator. You need to work on your communication skills. What kind of personality? You say, oh yeah, that'll fit my personality well if I did X, Y, or Z. What kind of technology you're likely to use on the job? What kind of education? Here's the education piece again. Oh, for this one, you'll need a bachelor's degree, or you just need a certificate after college. And how much you're likely to make as an average salary. It's not an exact, but it'll give you an idea of what that is. Yes, Miss Shamika. You have to come off mute if you're speaking. You're still on mute.
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Huh?
I missed it. Was this a website?
Yes, let me go back.
I'm
So it's
sorry. I'm sorry.
www.mynextmove.org forward
Thank you.
slash explore,
I'm
or
writing
you
it
can just
down.
scan the QR code.
Oh, I could scan the QR code. I'm sorry. Forgive
So
me.
no problem. So I'll leave this up just for a second while I talk. But essentially, this is just one example of a career assessment tool. But one of the things that I find with young adults is this is the area where y'all get stuck the most. You're like spinning your wheels, like, I don't know. I have no idea what I want to do next. Well, do a little bit of digging, do a quick assessment, and see you find out what kind of interesting careers might align with your personality and that you might be really good at. So use those tools to help you. Let's see. So next, once you have done a little bit of work and you have identified 2 to 3 careers that you might be interested in, that's a safe number. You might want to be a doctor, or you might want to be a lawyer, or you might want to be a teacher. Explore all 3 until you learn more about them all, and then you might narrow it down even further. But once you pick 1 or 2, then start looking at what majors do I have to have if I want to go to college for that, or vocational school or trade school. And then you want to find out what are the educational requirements, what schools have that program, what kind of requirements will it take me to get accepted into that school, and how much is it going to cost me. With my sons, eventually I had them put together a list of 5 to 10 colleges. They eventually compiled a list of 5 to 10 colleges to get started. And then they started looking at things like, okay, how does this school fit my personality? Is it affordable? Can I afford it? Go where you can afford. Don't pick schools that are so far out of your price range that you and your parents aren't likely to be able to cover the cost. Try to visit. Nowadays, you can visit in person, and a lot of schools have virtual 360 tours too. Both are perfectly acceptable, depending on maybe it's too far and you're not likely to travel there before it's time to apply. Don't be limited by that. Find out, do a little research on that school's website and find out if they offer a virtual tour. And then start to rank what matters to you about a school. Is it the campus size? Is it how close it is to home? Is it the degree program? Is it the student teacher ratio? Do they have good food? Those kind of factors that are important to you. And then there's a lot of online tools, search tools that you can use to learn more about colleges. And the Common App is a great one, and I'll share a little bit more about that one. But here's one of the templates in my workbook. If you notice in this bottom left-hand corner, when you get to a template that's in my books, they're referenced in my book, you'll see the page number in the left corner. But what I want you to know is this is just a simple Excel spreadsheet. You can download these templates or you can create your own. But track all the colleges that you're applying to in one place. I did this for my sons, and it really proved to be great their senior year. And one day he had gotten in trouble, and so I hate to say it, y'all, but I use this as punishment. Take that list of colleges and go ahead and fill in all those sections on, do your research on your colleges. Let me know where they're located, whether they offer a college tour, what's the tuition, can you apply online, how much is the application fee, when is the deadline to apply, what GPA do you need, does it require you to have essays or letters of recommendation, and what kind of SAT score will likely to get you admitted. And he filled it out begrudgingly one day, but when his senior year hit, I had him sort that list by the deadline for each college. So if the deadline was in September, October, November, the September ones were at the top, then October, then November. And so each month we could focus on the ones that were due the soonest. Great strategy to save you time in the long run. And he loved the fact that I made him do that, because now he doesn't have to do it his senior year. When he's crunched for time, he's played football, he was in honors classes, you name it. He's like, Mom, I'm so glad you made me do that when I had the time, because now everything's in one place on one form. He could see how much each application fee was. And he's like, oh, Mom, these schools are actually more affordable than these schools here. I thought it would have been different. So you can see all of the information to make better decisions in one place. Phenomenal tool if you spend a little bit of time creating it up front. Now, I want to share with you that career and college opportunities there's a wide variety of them. Again, military apprenticeships, we'll talk more about those where you go to work and they train you and pay you while you're learning a new skill. And then there's all kinds of college opportunities and educational opportunities, whether you go to a vocational or trade school to learn a specific skill or a trade, whether it's a HVAC technician, electrician, plumber, dental hygienist, cosmetologist, you name it. You can go to a specialized school for up to 2 years and you'll walk away with a license, certificate, or certification. So if you don't want to go to traditional 4-year school, go to a trade or vocational schools. They're probably more affordable. They will cost less money. You can start working a lot sooner and putting your great skills to use. And then there's a 2-year community college or junior college option, where you can still work towards a 4-year degree, but walk away with an associate's degree. You can take that associate's degree and go out into the workforce and get a job, or you can say, I'm going to transfer to a 4-year school and get a 4-year bachelor's degree, which is the last category, where you go to school for 4 years, choose a major, and you walk away with a 4-year bachelor's degree in a particular area, and then you go look for a job once you finish that 4-year degree. So those are the different options that I want you to think about. And another option is being an entrepreneur. I know young people who didn't take any of those routes and who decided, I'm going to create and start my own business, and are doing phenomenal at that too. So the only thing that will limit you is you. So start thinking about what it is that matters to you. What I will tell you is everybody is going to need to find something or some things to do. Because at some point, your parents want you out of their pockets. I know I want mine out. Oh, I'm waiting for that day. And I want my sons I want to make sure that they can take care of themselves and be successful on their own. That's my vision for them. And I'm sure it's the vision for your parents and guardians as well. And to get out of our pockets, if I didn't mention that already. But you have to start thinking about what you do next. All right. So as we're talking, now I'm going to get more specifically on the college side for a few minutes. I want you to know the difference between a public college and a private college. Hampton University, in my example, the reason why my mom said, oh, it's too expensive, pick somewhere else, is because it's a private college. A public college is more affordable. They're generally larger in size. They get a lot of their funding from state and federal government entities, and they have an in-state tuition and an out-of-state tuition rate. So if you live in Maryland, for example, and you go to college to a public school in Maryland, it's going to be much cheaper than it is to go to a college in California if you're from Maryland. Same difference. If somebody from California tried to come to Maryland, they're going to pay more for that Maryland school. Now, private schools, they're more costly in general. They're usually nonprofit organizations. They get a lot of their money from their alumni, donors. They do a lot of fundraising, some from the government, but not as much as public schools. And guess what? They don't have an in-state and out-of-state tuition rate. They just have one. Everybody pays the same thing, whether you live in that state or you don't. And they are usually more costly. So as you're doing your research on schools, what's one of the questions you should ask? Is this a public school or a private school? Is it going to cost me more to go here? Or is it just one flat rate because it's a private school and maybe a little bit more costly than public school? So those things will help you with your decision making. Leaders make decisions with information. And we've already established that all of y'all are leaders, right? So you want to make informed data-driven decisions about your future. Don't just be like, oh no, it sounds good. No, that's not good enough, because you're going to have to live with what you decide. So I will also tell you that there are all kinds of institutions. There are predominantly white institutions. There are historically Spanish institutions. There are historically Black colleges and universities. There's all many different types. But I do want to share a little bit about predominantly white institutions. You'll hear them referred to as PWIs. They are also institutions of higher learning. They have 4-year colleges, 2-year colleges. Generally, white students make up about 50% or more of the student population, and they can be public or private schools. And each year, there's more than 9 million students who attend PWIs in the United States. Can you get a quality education from a PWI? Absolutely. Can you get an affordable education from a PWI? Absolutely. It is really your choice. I also want to introduce you to historically Black colleges and universities. The Hampton University is an HBCU. Can you get a quality education from an HBCU? Absolutely, I'm a byproduct of one. Can you get an affordable education from an HBCU? Absolutely, you can. So please don't let anybody tell you, oh, if you don't go to a PWI, the quality of your education is going to be viewed upon less quality. No, it is not. People will only be able to tell where you went to school by how you show up. And it's not the school that will let them know, it's how you show up that will let them know. People don't know whether I went to Harvard or Hampton, in-state or out-of-state, PWI or HBCU. Your experience is what you make of it. Your professionalism after you leave college will dictate your professionalism and how people view you as a quality professional. So please don't get caught up in those myths. I hear it so much, but it usually comes from people who don't know a lot about the other type of school to be able to make those kind of determinations or those judgments. But it's certainly not something that is going to limit you. HBCUs have been around for over 200 years, and they were created at a time when African Americans weren't able to really pursue an education at white institutions. So HBCUs were created. And today, there are over 107 HBCUs in the United States. Most people don't even realize it's over 100. And every year, almost 230,000 students are enrolled in HBCUs. They also can be public or private schools, and they can be affordable. All right, so now we've talked about PWIs, we've talked about HBCUs, we've talked about you need to have a career, a major, and a college. You use all that information now. You've done your research on those schools. You know what the requirements are, how much it costs. Put together your college admissions plan. Your plan should be clear, easy, simple, but effective. Don't get overwhelmed by, oh, I got to create this really complicated plan. If it's complicated, stop and go back to the basics. It should not be. You should have a simple goal, what type of goal it is, how much is that goal going to cost you, when do you need to start it, when do you need to have it done, how far are you along, how much is complete, are you 75% done with it yet? Have you not started it yet? And any other notes, put those to the side so that you have that for each item. I'll give you an example. My son, he applied for over 10 colleges, 10 to 13 schools his senior year. And some of you already know this, but can you guess how much he paid in his college admissions fees, his application fees? Let me know in the chat if you want to hedge your guess, but I will tell you, as a student, having that cost column might not be important, but as a parent or guardian who's helping you to fund all these activities, your senior year, you need senior pictures, graduation gown, cap and gown, you need application fees, you're going to need enrollments. When you finally do pick a college, you're going to have to pay housing deposits. Having those things methodically laid out with an idea or an estimate of how much they cost will help your parents to make sure that they have the money ready at the time in which you need it. My son, let's see if anybody guessed in the chat. Where's my chat? Okay. Someone said 100, give or take. Well, I will tell you that no, it was actually quite a bit more than that. He applied to 13 schools, and I don't want to scare anybody, but we ended up 250, 350. Nope. It was more like almost $1,300. No, it was 13 schools. It was $980. I'm sorry. It was close to $980 for 13 colleges. So, but I'll get more into that, but each college application fee is different. Each school doesn't charge the same thing, and some schools don't charge at all. So you'll need to just read their instructions to make sure you know what that looks like. Now, I want you to also know, please have a strategy and please be prepared with your strategy to build that into your plan and use your time wisely. Now, if you're on this summit and you're in the 8th through 11th grade, good news, you have a lot of time. So if you start doing some of the things that I'm recommending in the summit early, you're going to be well positioned by your senior year. Now, each year, if you notice, and I'm not going to get into the details on each one, but each year I highlight things you should be doing. If you're in the 8th and 10th through 10th grade, keep your grades up. Get involved in activities. If you're not involved, get involved, stay involved, start thinking about what you want to major in and careers, those kind of things. Start talking to your parents about how you're going to pay for your education. If you're in the 11th and 12th grade, time is of the essence. This is where you start to say, I need to be gearing up to make sure I know how to get my transcripts. I need to be narrowing down my list of careers and colleges. I need to be doing some research. I need to take the SAT and or ACT or both. And I need to start thinking about my money situation and looking for who can write letters of recommendations for me. Now, let me pause on that. If you have not showing up your best self academically in your classes, on the football field, and your athletic groups and your extracurricular groups, and your attitude sucks, fix it. Fix your attitude first, because that's the biggest way you're going to get denied or get written a really awful letter of recommendation. Nobody wants to write a recommendation for somebody who's been an absolute terror or always has an attitude issue or can't advocate for themselves or those kind of things. So be prepared to start thinking about who can write a letter of recommendation for you based on how you've shown up. And if you can't think of anybody to write a letter for you, what's that saying about you? I'm gonna leave it at that. So as you hit your senior year, I want you to be thinking about your admissions profile. Are you going to college? Are you going straight out into the workforce? What careers? Now's that time. If you are planning to go to college, you should be planning to apply in the fall. You should be pulling your list of colleges together. You should be finding out which ones require essays now, not later, but now while you have time this summer. You should be tracking those schools, gearing up for some key things that I'm going to talk more about in just a few minutes. But this is going to be the season where you apply to colleges, complete your financial aid application, and look for additional funding. Very major and important things your senior year of high school. So we're going to touch on those. But as I get into that, I would be remiss if I didn't talk about how you brand yourself. Branding yourself will matter. This is usually the first way that people get introduced to you and how you show up. And this is what your reputation is all about. Whether you're on a job interview or you're submitting an application for college, internship, or full-time job, branding yourself will matter. This is your reputation we're talking about managing. So how you show up matters. You get to set the tone. And there's different ways in which you show up. And sometimes we don't even think about it. How you show up in person, on an interview, in a classroom, on a job, around people that can help you and you don't even realize it. On paper, your application, your scholar profile, anything on paper that people may get access to before they ever meet you. Online, we already talked about your social media reputation and how you show up online. In school, your classes. Nobody wants to write a letter of recommendation. It goes back to the brand that you put out. Your brand sucks. So if you want a positive brand and people who are jumping to help you, now you can change or rebuild your brand if that has been your experience. But on the court, field, etc., if you're an athlete, you have to be coachable. You have to be somebody who doesn't think they have it all, know it all. You have to be willing to learn new things and have a positive attitude. So all those things matter. Do you have self-discipline? Do you manage your time well? Are you a leader or a follower? That matters. Are you respectful? Not just to adults, yes, to adults, but to other peers, other young adults, such as yourself. And can you communicate both in writing and in person and verbally? So these things, and I share this with young adults because these are going to help differentiate you from the competition. Now, as you create your brand, every last one of you should have a scholar profile. Your scholar profile tells the story of who you are on paper. You might hear it referred to as a resume or a brag sheet or self-reflection, but it will tell your story and it'll help people to get to know you. Here's what it looks like. It has these sections in it, and I'm not going to read them all. But when you fill this out in its completeness, whether you include your educational history, the honors and awards, any work experience, extracurricular activities, and more, you will give people the opportunity to learn more about you on paper. You can use this. You can add it with your college applications, scholarship applications. You can give it to someone who's going to write you a letter of recommendation. You can use it to write your own essays. You ever sit down and write an essay and say, what did I do back 3 years ago? Oh, guess what? It's on my scholar profile. Let me just pull it back up and I'll be able to recall my own great activities, details, and educational pieces in one place. And you can also use it to help transition to employment opportunities. If you're trying to get an internship, or use this to build your first real employment resume. It is a great tool. Here's how it looks when it's complete. Now, this will be on the website, and I will tell you, this will be a part of the scholarship application that you will need to complete. You can scan the QR code. The link will also be dropped in the chat, but you can also build your own. But when you complete, if you decide you're going to complete the scholarship application for the summit, you will need to include your scholar profile. Now, the other thing I'll tell you about the scholar profile in general, only include it. Let me go back to this slide in case anybody else still needs the QR code. Only include it with the college admissions application or scholarship application if they say you can attach additional documents. Sometimes an entity will get funny and say, only give us what we asked you for. Then don't include it. But if they say, we will accept other documents that you'd like us to consider, absolutely include it. It will separate you from the other competition because nobody else is doing this. And it's going to tell more about you in a concise way on one page. It shouldn't be more than one page, by the way. It should be one page. Now, once you build it for the first time, if you're in the 8th, 9th grade, whatever year you are, create your scholar profile now. Don't wait till your senior year. Create it now. If you're senior, certainly create it now too. But here's the value. If you create it and you say, you know what? I haven't done any community service. Close the gaps on your scholar profile. Get involved. Do some outreach. Join a club. Strengthen your GPA. You're going to learn things about yourself when you see them in writing that's going to be pretty sobering. You're going to say, I'm really great. I've gotten awards and achievements. I've done leadership activities. Or you're going to say, I've done those things, but I also am a little weak over here in this area. So you're going to want to strengthen those things. Now, I also would recommend update your scholar profile at least twice a year, at summer break, once you create it for the first time, and at winter break. Why? After every semester, that's when it's the most clear what you just did. So don't wait until a whole year goes by. Now you have to, what did I do back in January? And it's August. No, do it at the end of June or even sooner to capture those things that you just did successfully. And then you can put it out of your mind because it's now on paper. All right. So that is that. Lastly, I want to focus on the college application parts. When you're applying to college, you're going to have the application. You're going to have your official transcripts. You're going to have essays, potentially, letters of recommendation, and test scores. Every college application is different. You must read the instructions. Somebody type in the chat, read and follow the instructions. Just one volunteer, put in the chat, read and follow the instructions. Only give people what they ask you for. Don't give them less. Give them what they ask you for and do it well. So please do that. Also, you can use the Common App. It's a great tool to be able to apply to multiple colleges in one place. There's over 900 colleges that you can apply 2 in the Common app. If you've never heard of that, it's an online portal, and you can look up colleges, research their requirements all in one place. Or you could use the Common Black College app, and their fees, and again, application fees could be anywhere from $100 depending on the schools that you're applying to. So please know the parts of the application and make sure that you submit all the parts. I always encourage, who is scribbling on this sheet here? Okay, always include everything, create a checklist and make sure you include what they're asking you for. When should you apply? Dr. Christie says you should apply early. Your window to apply to colleges, if you're a senior, would be September through mid-November, ideally. Why? Because most colleges give out their money on a first come, first served basis. Financial aid, merit scholarships. You wait till the spring, you might get in a decent dorm and you might not. They might have funding left and they might not. Don't put yourself in that position. Apply in the fall, either early decision. If there's one school that if you got accepted into, you're definitely gonna go, because that'll put you into a binding agreement. Or you can apply early action to as many schools if you want, and you can just get those applications in early, and you'll likely get an earlier decision if you apply in that September to November range. But most of the time you'll hear back from those schools if you do early decision and early action by mid-December. And the national deadline to apply is really May 1st, but I know none of Dr. Christie's young adults are going to wait that late to apply to college. If you're planning to go, you want to do it early, not later. There's details in the slides. I'm not going to get into them, but there's information on the Common app. Every August, they open up their application, and the link will be in the presentation that I'll upload to the website after our summit ends today. And then there's I don't know if I included the other, the Common Black College app. That information and link is here too. You can apply to HBCUs. I think there's over like 66 out of the 107 HBCUs that are members of this app. So you can apply all in one place to schools here and the Common app. So those are some great resources for you. Make sure you can get your official transcripts. We already talked about that earlier, but your transcripts are a part of the process. So if your high school is dragging their butts and you're trying to get your applications in that September to November range, get with them earlier and say, here are the list of schools I need all my transcripts sent to, and get them sent out at one time. Then you follow up with your high school to make sure they got sent. There's nothing worse than everything in your package is in, except the school hasn't sent your transcripts out yet, and you don't know. You think it's sent and it's not. It's your responsibility to follow up with your high school to make sure they get your transcripts to the colleges so that you can get an early decision. Okay? And if you went to more than one high school, like one of my sons, he started out at one high school and then he switched high schools his senior year. Please get transcripts from both schools or multiple schools. Every school you went to in high school, the college is going to need all of them. So give yourself a little bit more time, if that's your reality, to be able to get all of your transcripts. Essays. Now, I don't have a lot of time to talk about essays and letters of recommendation today. I can do a full webinar just on both of these topics. But here's what I want you to know. Essays are making a huge difference in college admissions and scholarships now. So there's two ways you need to think about essays. I need essays nowadays for college admissions. Why would I be a good candidate for getting admitted into that college or university? And you also need them for scholarships. Why should I give Christie my scholarship? Why should I award her money? So you want to make sure that you're getting letters of recommendation, both for admissions and scholarships, and you're able to write essays in both ways as well. Now, I do have some tips here in my slides on essay writing. Don't just start writing an essay and if you want to brainstorm, that's great. And as you can see, you start by creating your scholar profile, put together a plan on how you want to write your essay, do a little research on the entity that you're writing about. Then you get into your brainstorming. Come up with a brief, simple outline. I want to talk about this, this, and this, and then I want to have a few key things I want to highlight under each one of those categories. And then you proofread and get somebody else other than you to proofread. Also follow the directions. If they say don't go over 250 words or 500 words, don't give them 251. Don't give them 501. Follow the instructions and write about what they asked you about. If they ask you to write about leadership, that should be your focus. Don't go off on a tangent or don't regurgitate an essay from something else that has nothing to do with the topic. That's the quickest way to get disqualified in your application to get moved to the side. Don't do it with my application either later today. If I ask you to write about a topic, stay on topic. Otherwise, your results will be the results come tomorrow when we announce the winners. Now, as you create essays, I do want to emphasize, never throw away your essay writing. Save everything electronically because you will be able to reuse that content for future essays on relevant, applicable topics. So if you're writing about leadership today and you get another one 2 weeks from now on leadership, start with that one and then tweak it, and you don't have to start from scratch. So those things will really, really make a difference. These are just some of the common topics you're likely to get questions and prompts about. What's your career challenges, change? What have you done with community service, leadership? Do you have a financial need? Sometimes you get asked to write a personal statement. If you're ever wondering what to write about first and you want to get started, start with a personal statement. Just write about yourself, because you'll be able to pull some of that into other essays too. So if you're itching to write an essay after the summit, start with that. Also, if you're someone who really does not like to write or type, use the Google Docs feature on a Chrome browser. And if you go to tools and go to voice typing, you can transcribe, you can talk out loud like I'm talking now, and it will translate your words to text. Then you can go in and edit it, clean it up, make sure the sentences are formatted right, but it'll get your thought out initially first. So if you'd rather talk it out and then go back and clean it up, use that tool to help you. And as you are proofreading and editing your work, please know that you have all kinds of editing resources and tools. Grammarly is a great one. EasyBib, Grammar Lookup. I use those for all my graduate school work when I was working on my master's degree and my PhD. And as you can see over here in this example, you'll input your document and it'll mark it up for you. It'll tell you, it'll scratch out things in red and give you suggestions in green on how to strengthen your writing. And no disrespect to anybody, and I know there's some fantastic writers out in the group. I consider myself one as well, but there is no such thing as error-free writing. So please don't be so arrogant to think that your writing is so great that it can't be proofread, because it absolutely can and it should be. And that would be my recommendation, is to make sure you get someone to look at it. And then I want to talk about letters of recommendation. Make sure you start making a list of who can write a letter for you. And hopefully you can find some folks who will, based on how you've shown up. And if you can't, it's time to change how you show up and fix your attitude. But coaches, teachers, you name it, give them time, give them the instructions, and give them at least a couple of weeks before you need the letter of recommendation. Please don't call me and say, hey, Dr. Christie, I need a letter of recommendation by noon today or noon tomorrow. If you know it, when you know it, give them the respect of enough time to help you. Also, feel free to ask them, hey, can you give me a general letter of recommendation for college admissions? And I can use it for multiple colleges. So save it as a PDF and then you can use it multiple times. Highly, highly recommend that for college admissions and for scholarships. And if you're asking people for help, make sure that you value their time. People do want to help you, but you've got to make it worth their while. Now, I also encourage you to write your own letter of recommendation. And some of you have heard this before. This is a template in one of my workbooks and in my book, because I really do believe that if you came to, let me see if there's a parent out here I could pick on real quick. I can't see everybody right now, but I'm assuming there's a parent on. Miss Cassandra, I'll pick on you since I know you're a parent. If I came to you, and I'll give y'all a little script, I'm gonna help y'all out with a little script. Hey, Miss Cassandra, I'm Christie. I was in your English 11 class last year and I'm a senior this year and I'm applying for colleges and for scholarships, and I would love it if you would write a letter of recommendation for me. Here's my scholar profile, that one-page resume, y'all. And here is a draft letter of recommendation that you can tailor, and I'm happy to send it to you electronically. But I got it started for you, and it's already pre-formatted. And if you would, tailor it for me, I would love it if you would write a letter of recommendation. Miss Cassandra, can you come off of mute and tell me how likely would you be to write a letter of recommendation for someone who has already gone through that much effort?
I would be very likely to do it, and I'd get right on it.
You get right on it. Thank you very much. That's the value. Help people to help you. So if you're not willing to do the work, then why should anybody else be willing to help you? So anything you can do to position yourself and get back what you need quickly from those who are writing letters or can write a letter, certainly do that. Next, let's talk about taking the SAT and ACT test. Some colleges don't require you to take these to get in, but many of them are still using these results to give out money, scholarship money, merit scholarship money. So Dr. Christie's message is still take one or both of these tests. Everybody should have at least one of these tests on file if you are in high school juniors and seniors, as you're applying to colleges. I had a friend of mine whose daughter had a 4.3 GPA, got to Spelman, owed $50,000 in tuition, and had never taken the SAT and ACT test. Probably was brilliantly smart and probably could have qualified for more merit scholarship funds, but she didn't have a test score. So that is the reason why I'm encouraging you to still take both tests, even if it's test optional, to get admitted into that college or university. Know the differences between the two tests. This slide will be in your slide deck. They're roughly about 3 hours each. They each have 4 sections to the test. The ACT has a science section. The SAT has 2 math sections and no science. And then there's 215 questions on the ACT side and 154 on the SAT side. So if you want to know how to register and when their dates are coming up, the SAT dates are coming up. If you are a senior and you have not taken the SAT, and Dr. Christie said you need to be applying to school in the fall from September to November, you need to be in that August test. The registration deadline is coming up. This is on your college plan now at the top. Get registered, go to collegeboard.org, pay the $68 and get registered. Take the test in August so you'll have scores for your fall college admissions. October and so forth into 2025 are listed. Same for the ACTs. If you want to take the ACT, do the same. The ACT test is coming up early September. Get registered. The deadline is again August 9th. But get in one of those tests if you have not, or if you need to strengthen your score. Time is of the essence to my seniors. If you are a junior, take the test early in your junior year and then get in a prep course. There's some examples here listed, and I don't have time to get into the weeds of all of them, but take a prep course and then retake the test again your junior year. You have time to do it. Add it to your college plan. There's free online resources. You can sit in a classroom, you can take an online class, whatever your learning style is, there's prep activities for each learning style. Now, once you finish your college admissions package, your application, go back through your checklist, make sure you have everything that college says you need to have in your package. Don't leave anything out. Attach your scholar profile if they say you can, attach additional documents. If they ask you to share more information about your financial need, do that so you can qualify for as much money as they can offer. So fill out what they ask. Once you're done applying, in particular my high school seniors, don't just take your foot off the pedal, keep your grades up and graduate strong. In December, January, February, you'll start to see your acceptance letters coming in. Check the mail. Check your emails, both, daily. And I'm going to say this for all my young adults, and it's on my spirit to say it right now. Please know your full address. Y'all don't know how many times I have young adults who are filling out applications and I'm trying to send them giveaways and I'll say, what's your address? And they say 115 Elm Street. Is that Cincinnati, Ohio? Is that California? Is it El Segundo? What's the city, state, and zip code? And I say this because I see it so often, it goes without saying. And this is both with high school students and college students too. If you're putting a phone number on anything, take your do not disturb is disturbing for me, because I'm not quite sure, unless y'all are Bill Gates or Warren Buffett making millions of dollars, why is do not disturb on unless you're in class or in church or something. But I have to get on my sons, take do not disturb off young adults if you're expecting business opportunities, scholarship opportunities, any opportunity. So please mute your line if you just joined us. But and I'm saying that because you're going to put these things on your applications. People are going to contact you after you've applied to colleges and for scholarships. And I'm not going to keep reaching back because I don't have your full address. So if you submit your scholarship application today and it doesn't include your full address, I'm not circling back around. I'm not chasing anybody down, nor should anybody have to. Know the basics about your situation. All right, I'm done on my soapbox. If you are a senior, once you start applying for colleges, you will need to include those colleges on your SAT and ACT registrations. You make sure they get sent to every college. Also, when you complete your free application for federal student aid, make sure it gets sent to those schools. Also, you'll be getting college admissions letters in. Read your acceptance letters in its entirety and follow the instructions. I've had students who got accepted, picked up the letter, got accepted into Hampton, woohoo, sat the letter down, 3 weeks later, missed out on important deadlines because they didn't read the rest of the letter. Print it off, save it electronically, share it with your parents, read it, and execute by the deadline. So I'm sharing these things because I promise y'all, I see these things happen all the time. Start applying for scholarships. Keep a list of things that you'll start to need for college. Just put it in the notes of your phone. I create all kind of notes in my phone and create a list. Oh, I'm going to need a new trash can. Oh, I'm going to need an ironing board. Start thinking about those things so that you won't be overwhelmed when it's time to get ready for school. And they make great Christmas gifts too. So let people know at Christmas, I need a new microwave, whatever that looks like. All right. And then choose. So once you get 5 colleges that say, congratulations, I'll just make up a student, Jaden, you got accepted into 5 schools. Now Jaden has to decide, which college am I going to attend? Pick a school. Don't do like my oldest son did. Don't tell him I'm telling y'all this, but don't do like he did. I kept saying, choose a school, choose a school. He didn't choose a school till like April. Applied early, but he didn't choose which school. By the time he chose and narrowed down the one school he was going to go to, all the great dorms were taken up. So when he showed up to campus, he was in a dorm where they had to share a community bathroom. Everybody on his whole floor had to share an open shower, open bathroom. He hated it. Hated it. So that happens when you don't get your things in early. You can't make early decisions. So make a decision about where you want to go with your parents based on what you can afford. Activate all of your accounts. So if the school says set up your school email, get your physicals in. Go ahead already, seniors. Schedule your physicals for the spring now. If you've ever tried to get a school physical for college in the spring, they're already taken up and it's hard to get in. So go ahead and schedule them for about April or May of next year, but go ahead and schedule that with your doctor. I'm sharing things because I went through these things too. But go through and read and make sure that you have all your deposits, all the funds that you need, your health forms, you know what you need to do to get those appointments, those things in place. And then make sure you can get access and order your final transcripts even as you graduate from high school. So even after you graduate from high school, you will still need to be able to send your transcripts, final transcripts to the college for scholarships. If you're a scholar athlete playing on the collegiate level, NCAA needs your transcripts. So you can't afford to not know how to get your final transcripts even as you're graduating. And then y'all keep looking for scholarships. So I know I have talked quite a bit about just this first phase, about what it takes to get admitted into school and to talk about careers. And so I'm going to pause and see if there are any questions with this segment.
Dr. Christie, there's a couple in the chat.
Okay, if you could read them, I'm sorry, I'm
That's okay.
struggling to see them on the view I'm on.
Joy Coker asked, do some schools believe essay writing editors are cheating?
I'm not sure how they would know you use the editor. Now, there's a difference between AI, artificial intelligence, to write your essay, which is totally different than what I'm suggesting. You create your essay and then you upload it and it'll tell you your sentence structure is off, you misspelled this word, things that you would normally want to catch. So no, that is absolutely not cheating. Now, if you ask that question about AI, artificial intelligence, you may very well find that they may see that as cheating or getting additional help, and it gives them less ability to learn about how you write versus how something just could be written. But those are tools that are available to you, and I'm not quite sure how they would know that you use them unless you haven't really put the time into reviewing and making sure that your writing was tailored to your personal style. So always read through things, never submit something that you got from a automated or generated software application. You should always be the last line of defense with reviewing your work. Great question.
Okay, the next question came from Ivis Perez. Can we get a copy of the sample letter of recommendation?
Yes, I will make that available on my website, and these slides will be there as well. Thank you.
Roxana asked, when is the best time for a high school student to take either test, the ACT or the SAT, and at what grade?
And say the first part of that question again. When is the best time
for a high school student to take the ACT or the SAT?
It depends on what grade you're in. If you are a high school senior, you need to be in that August, no later than September test if you have not taken them. If you are a rising junior, I highly recommend that you take the PSAT in the fall, like most colleges offer, because there are national merit scholarship opportunities only in your junior year when you take that PSAT test. But if you are just a junior and you want to take the traditional SAT or ACT test, you can take it in the spring, certainly in the fall if you want, but definitely in the spring. See how well you score. I would do it early, like February, March. See how well you score, and then take a prep course, and then that gives you the summer to strengthen your score and retake it if you need to. My sons took it for the first time their sophomore year, partly because they were taking high school classes in the 8th grade. So they had additional maths and that sort of thing already and could benefit. I wanted to see how they tested as a sophomore, and then they took more prep after that and retook it again. Thank you for those questions.
Okay, and along the ACT and SAT guidelines, Samaya Woodard asked, how should you decide whether to take the SAT or the ACT?
It's really a personal choice. I think that if you're really good at math, because the SAT has 2 math sections, that might be a great test. If you're someone who organically does well and has an interest in science, lean towards the ACT because there's a science section with the ACT test. So it just really depends on where you think you could fare out. The SAT with the 2 math sections, one of them you can use a calculator with, one of them you cannot. So think about those things about you and how you may test. But here's another strategy. And pre-COVID, I would recommend this. I used to recommend this all the time. Take both. Take both the SAT and the ACT test early. See which one you naturally test the best at. Then focus on getting in a prep course for that one and taking your score up even higher. That would be the best strategy if you have time to do it. Good question.
Okay. A couple more. Jasmine asked, and there's a couple of different Jasmine, so I'm not sure which Jasmine this one is, but it says, you mentioned earlier that your sons were small business owners. What advice would you give to students seeking a route in entrepreneurship?
So if you're solely one, get a mentor, number one. And you'll hear me talk about this with scholarships and more. But get a mentor, whatever you're thinking about doing, get an entrepreneur mentor. Find someone who owns their own business or in a niche that you're considering. Like my son, one of my sons is very interested in photography. So he has photographers that he reaches out to, volunteers, learns what they're doing, seeing what kind of equipment they use, how do they structure their business. So find a mentor, number one, and do your research to find out what equipment you need, how to build your client base, what's the best way to market your business, and just start. But a mentor will help point you in the direction probably the quickest because you'll be able to learn from other people's mistakes. To me, the best way to learn is from other people's mistakes and not your own. You'll make some, but learn from theirs too. And Cassandra, I'll have to pause the questions for now. If you could write those down and or we can pull those, and if we have another opportunity, I will circle back around on more questions, but I do want to keep us reasonably on track. And I will say that I do want to give a giveaway for the college planning book to one of the students. So I'm going to watch the chat here, and Cassandra helped me to do the same, but I'm going to ask a question from the talk we had, and whoever is the first one to correctly respond will get both the copy of my book, College Planning Book, and the workbook set. Ready? All right. So here's the question. Please describe the difference between a public college or university and a private. What's the difference between a public and a private college or university? In the chat. You'll have to put it in the chat. Uh-oh, they're coming in. Ooh, fast. I think Jakayla Banks. Jakayla Banks gave the first great example. Thank you. She says that a private college is not federally funded, opposed to a public university. Great job, Jakayla. You are the recipient of the first giveaway. Okay, excellent job. There'll be other giveaway opportunities throughout the workshop, so stay tuned, stay engaged. We will certainly give out more. So let's see, next up on our agenda, and that was such a great dialogue. I did not want to shortchange it. We're gonna take a brief break right now. We're gonna take about a 10-minute break. Go grab a snack, a sandwich, use the restroom, and come back. And we're going to go to our guest presenter. We spent so much time on the college admissions. I have not gotten to the college funding part yet. So we will have a provision for addressing that later. I may do a bonus session and address that. We'll talk about that at the end of today's session on how to make sure we get you the college funding and scholarship information. But I think it's important to start out with the college and career discussion for today's session. But we'll circle back around on the college funding and scholarships. When you come back, we will hear from our guest who will talk about Army ROTC scholarships, Mr. Gillespie. So stay tuned. See you back at the top of the hour at 12 noon Eastern time.
Thank you. Dr. Murray,
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Gillespie. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
Eh,
Cassandra, are you handling the slides?
I will be handling them.
Okay, okay. I'll give you the number on the slide, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
We'll get started here in just actually now. So I am going to, you're already pinned. So I'm going to introduce. So welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a quick opportunity to grab a sandwich and something to drink and join us. And I'm super excited to have with us Mr. Lawerence Gillespie, who is a Brigadier General retired in the U.S. Army, and he is going to be sharing on military ROTC scholarship opportunities. General Gillespie is a senior executive who has over 60 years of reflective, progressive leadership experience in aerospace and the security industries. He's earned a Bachelor's of Science degree from the State University of New York and a MPA from Shippensburg University. He graduated from Harvard University's National and International Security course at the John F. Kennedy School of Government and from the prestigious Army War College. General Gillespie has extensive experience in both military and commercial aviation. Yes, he was a pilot. He was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross, the Soldier's Medal, and 43 awards of the Air Medal. General Gillespie also serves as the chairman of the ROTC Inc. organization. The ROTC is a military-oriented organization that primarily focuses on the improvement of the Army Officer Corps. During the previous last 5 years, the ROTC, in conjunction with the Army Cadet Command, has provided numerous ROTC scholarships. And so with that lens today, I will turn it over to Mr. Gillespie for his great Army leadership insight into ROTC opportunities for young adults. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Murray, it's really a pleasure for me to be here this morning. I was listening to your previous session and looking at all these young faces, and it reminded me of many years ago when I was sitting in their place, and the opportunities that these youngsters have today are much above what we had what I had when we were coming along. The first thing I want you all to do is really copy down the email that you see here, Colonel Michael G. McClendon. He was the professor of military science at the Citadel, which is the largest ROTC command in the Army. And he is my vice president for ROTC programs for the ROTC. And you've heard a brief description of what the ROTC are all about. And we do provide scholarships in conjunction with the Army Cadet Command. In fact, over the last 3 years, we've averaged somewhere in conjunction with the Army Cadet Command, somewhere in the neighborhood of $7 million a year in scholarships. So that's pretty good. And the thing I want to do primarily with you all is go over the sequence of events that's needed in regards to qualifying for Army ROTC scholarship. Now, the one thing I want to do is most of you don't know anything about the Army right now. So I want to go into that initially and just give you a brief overview of what the Army is about. I have spent 37 years wearing the Army uniform, and I can tell you from personal experience that my life would have been totally different if I hadn't joined the Army when I was 19 years old and a sophomore at Central State University. From that beginning, from that beginning, I have been able to do a lot of things and see a lot of places and really gather or gain a lot of information about the world. Bonjour, buenos dias, guten Tag. I've been to all those countries. All those countries. I've been to Africa, been to the Middle East, been to the Far East. Okay, visited all those countries. I've dealt with leaders of countries and been involved in the commercial world as far as aviation is concerned, but got all the education that I needed. As you indicated, I've got a master's degree in public administration from Shippensburg. I went to Harvard, but one thing that was left out, I also went to school in France. So the thing that I'm looking at primarily is the Army has provided that for me. Yes, I'm an aviator. I was able to fly for 30 years. I have almost 5,000 hours of flight time. And one of the things that I've done, I was a personal pilot to the head of a country for 4 years in South America. So the thing that I look at primarily is I want to offer you the opportunity and the information here, if you choose to look at this, to possibly gain a Army ROTC scholarship. Can I have slide 3, please? I already talked about the face of the Army, and we're looking for bright young students like yourself in regards to being able to come into the Army. We need new blood to come into the Army every year. Okay, and so the thing that I wanted to impress upon you all, we have every job description, every position in the Army that you would see in civilian life. We have it in the Army. A lot of people look at the Army and they look at Afghanistan and Iraq and say, oh man, I don't want to do that. But we also have doctors, we have lawyers, we have nurses, we have specialists, we have people who are in IT. The one thing that the Army does, they move you along. And the other thing that I want to present to you is, come in the Army as a private. You come in as a lieutenant after you finish the ROTC program. Okay, and so the thing I want to impress upon you all is this is an opportunity for you. And as we go through this presentation, you'll see the financial benefits going into the Army ROTC program. Number 4, please. Okay, here it is, a scholarship selection process. Okay, and we're very careful about this process. As you can see on the slide here, the application began and it opened up on 12 June. I will give you the link later on that you can go into it. You can see here, you've got to have at least a 2.5 grade point average on a 4-point scale. And you've got to have a 19 on the ACT or 1,000 on the SAT. And you will be a freshman entering college. I'm reading this to you so that you understand it. You can hear me. And the other thing is too, I will entertain questions after I finish this presentation. Okay, this is the PMS, the Professor of Military Science, and all of you should be close to a school that has a Army ROTC. The Professor of Military Science will review your file and your school entrance eligibility. Now that depends again on the school that you select. Now you'll have 4 schools that you can select in this process, and out of those 4, the Army will say you can go to these 3. Okay, and the HQCC stands for Headquarters Cadet Command. They conduct 3 scholarship boards, October, January, and March. So you have time right now, if you're so inclined, on the information I'm going to give you later, to go onto the website and fill out an application. And again, I gave you the colonel's email So if there's any questions, you can send them to me and copy this down. This is my email, Warhawks, WARHAWKS @AOL.com. And headquarters cadet command will mail the letter to the scholarship winners with the selected school choices. Again, you can read this yourself, but prospects receive an offer letter and accept scholarships offer to normally up to one of the 3 school choices within 30 days. Next slide, please, number 5. Now look at the benefits that you get here. Benefits are determined by law. Full tuition fees, room and board. Go for the full tuition fees. The books, you get $1,200 per year, $600 per semester. The stipend, $420 a month once contracted. $420 per month once contracted. Now, I don't know about you, but when I was going through school, I'd have been a millionaire to get $420 a month to go to school. And that's a significant amount of money. The other thing in here, the note that you have here is that the school also can provide benefits, but that's a separate issue away from the ROTC scholarship. And as I said, the last bullet here, the U.S. Army Cadet Command cannot by law provide or reimburse the school provided benefits. Number 6, please. Next slide, please. Okay, now here's the flow chart in regards to what you have to do. And like I said, I will give you the link later in my presentation. You sign up for the account and initiate an application. Okay, self report the GPA and the SAT scores and your activities. Now I'll get into that later on also about your activities. Identify, you see in 1, 2, 3, 4. Remember I said earlier in regards to the number of schools that you can ask that you can identify that you'd like to go to, but they'll get 3 out of the 4 that the Army will come back and say that you can apply to. Now the other one, take the CPEF, that's a cadet base experience factor. And the other one is the physical fitness assessment. Now that is very important. The CPEF will come about when you talk to the PMS. Okay, but again, the link that I'm going to give you will take you through the process, and the physical fitness test, you have to really understand that this is the United States Army, and physical fitness is one of the primary things that they look at in regards to qualifying you for a scholarship. So as young as you are right now, you should be in good shape. Okay, then you got to upload and verify the documents. Okay, that's self-explanatory. And then the PMS, which is the Professor of Military Science, they'll do the interview, and that normally should be done at the school that you select to go to. Out of those four schools I talked about, the Army will select 3, and each one of those schools should have an ROTC. They have to have an ROTC program to be in the scholarship program. Okay, and then you look down here at the board, the headquarters, U.S. Army Cadet Command. That, as I explained to you earlier, the boards are in October, January, and March. Okay, after that, they look at the next caricature. That's the board, and don't worry about that because you have no control over that whatsoever. Again, going back at the colleges, they'll give you 3 colleges that you could go to. Again, looking at the chart down here at the bottom, October, January, March are the board selections. Next slide, please. Number 9. Okay, here again is a restatement of what I said before. You look at and don't pay any attention to the bottom, just look at the top. Board 1 is between 18 and 22 October, and that's at Fort Knox, Kentucky. Board 2 is 24th to 28th January. Board 3 is the 14th through the 18th of March. And if you look down there, it says the application deadline is 4 February for that March board. And the documents that you have to have to be in the 4th March also. All right. Next slide, please. It'd be number 12. Go to the next, please. Okay, here are the types of scholarships that are available through the Army, 74. 74, that's different career fields, but don't worry about that. We can address that later. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, National Board offers 4-year and 3-year scholarships. You are looking at a 4-year scholarship. Okay, that's what you want to take, is the 4-year scholarship, because the scholarship will cover you from your freshman to your senior year and when you graduate. And when you graduate, you'll get commissioned as a 2nd lieutenant in the United States Army. Now, the other thing that I was saying to you, if you wanted to be a nurse or a doctor like that, there are advanced schools that you can apply for after your commission to go into. Like if you want to go into the medicine, you can go into the Medical Service Corps, you can become a doctor, you can become a nurse. If you want to go into legal, you can go into the JAG Corps, which is a Judge let me see, the JAG is the Judge Activity Corps, and you can, Adjutant Corps, I'm sorry, and you can go into that, but there are many things you can go into. IT is a big thing right now, big thing in the Army. If you want to go into information technology, AI, those sorts of things, the Army has schools for that. And you'll have to go to a school after your commission. Everybody does that. So the thing that I'm looking at primarily is expand your thought process in regards to what you want to do and determine if the Army can satisfy that requirement. Next slide, please. Okay, now again, this doesn't fit into you, but I will talk about it anyway. For benefits to start, you got to be enrolled in ROTC classes during the entire year. Now they're talking about a 3-year scholarship, and again, if once you get into school, and you say, well, you know, I really haven't made up my mind whether I want to go in the ROTC program. If you go into the ROTC program the first year with no obligation and no scholarship, you can apply once you're in school for the 3-year scholarship, but you must be in the ROTC program to be able to qualify for that. And again, it spells it out right here. You have to have a 2.5 or higher academic GPA and a 3.0 in the ROTC GPA. But you can do that. You can do that. And you got to be medically and administratively qualified, and you've got to pass the PT test. Oh, and the question, Dr. Christie posed a question to me in regards to, do HBCUs have ROTC program? Most HBCUs that I know of right now, and just here in the Washington, D.C. area, Howard University has one. Hampton University has one. Morgan has one. Bowie has one. So there are adequate ROTC departments in the HBCUs. Next slide, please. Okay, here's the link that I was talking about. It's right there at the top of the screen. http:///. You can read that yourself. That's the one you want to copy down. Okay? That's the one you want to copy down because that gets you into there. Next slide, please. Okay, this is nothing more than what you will see once you go into that link. Okay, and right now you say click here, apply now. That means you're going to apply, and that means that the Army knows that you're interested in coming into the ROTC program. Next slide. Here again, one time user clicks here to create goarmy.com account. That's part of the process and things that you'll see once you get into the program. Once you decide that you want to go in and try to get an ROTC scholarship. Next slide, please. Okay, and even the Army is providing here, it says down here, for questions or problems, contact us at the above email address. So you can correspond with Cadet Command to answer the questions that you might have on your application. That's what that means. Next slide. Go down to, I'm sorry, go down to 21.
You have to tell me when I get there. I don't see the slide numbers.
Okay, just keep going. Keep going, keep going, keep going. There you go. Right there, that's very important. Selection board evaluation factors. Now, this is something that I wanted to go over with you. Look at the top, and it says military potential, athletic participation. Those schools that you attend that have a junior ROTC program, physical fitness. I've said that numerous times in this presentation. You've got to be physically fit. Program motivation, officer evaluation, and we've talked about that. Personal factors, leadership participation, non-school activities, character, exceptional achievement, and technical interest. Okay, those are evaluation points that they'll look at. What are you doing outside of school? Are you interested, or are you involved in organizations that are doing these things? Leadership, non-school activities, character, exceptional achievement. Are you doing that? Are you involved in it? Scholarship, math and science. Remember I said we're talking about IT and how the Army is involved in going into a deep science in regards to information technology, intellectual motivation, and personal statement. Okay, look at the percentages there on the graph, and you can see what they look at as far as the total evaluation of the individual who's applying for a scholarship. Next slide, please. Okay, there it is. It gives a scholarship program winners, and this is for 2024. If you look over at 2024, you'll see where it is, top of the class, the percentages that were picked from the top 5% of the class, and you can read that. You don't need me to run you down there. National Honor Society, you see that 61%, varsity letter winners, club presidents, junior ROTC. It shows you what they're looking for as far as potential candidates for ROTC scholarships. And look down at the bottom, and their average grade point is 3.7. Now, all of you don't have to be at 3.7. I think I said it was 2.9 is the minimum that they'll accept. Next slide, please. Okay, how can you help? Be familiar with the process. Once you go into your app, the link that I gave to you, then you can submit your application, know the timelines, and I've given you the timelines. And when you apply and go into that and use that link, you'll get the timelines. And again, early submission. If you're really thinking about becoming an Army officer or getting an ROTC scholarship, and I gave you the figures that you'll get as far as your total scholarship is concerned. They'll pay for your total scholarship, but if they do pay for the total scholarship, your room and board will have to come from the school. And the ROTC, the organization that I'm chairman of, we work with especially the HBCUs to help the students who are in the ROTC program with their room and board. We do that. Interview preparation, practice the interview. Don't worry about the uniform because you won't have one. Encourage diversity activities other than JR in and out of school. And we've talked about that. Scholar, athlete, leader, and your grade point average. Next slide, please. Don't worry about that. Now, we do have our Army National Guard and Army Reserve scholarships, and we do have a program that's green to gold, but that doesn't concern you at your stage. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, there it is right there. Army ROTC, and Dr. Murray, I don't know if you could make a copy of that and send it to all the participants in this, because that would help them tremendously in regards to identifying the boards and when they meet, etc. And it also gives them a caution, the package being completed, SATs and ACTs. It really outlines the requirements. And then the other thing, I've given them the link that they can go in, and you have that, Dr. Christie. So if they ask you for that, you can provide it. Next slide, please. There again is Colonel McClendon's email. Again, and even his telephone number. In fact, I talked to him yesterday, and he said that if you all have a and Dr. Murray said the slides will be available on her website. And Dr. Murray, that completes my briefing. If there's any questions, I'll be more than glad to answer them.
Absolutely. I'm going to stop sharing just for a few minutes so I can see faces. But that was outstanding. And I'm sure there are questions. Cassandra, could you do me the honors of going back through the chat to see what questions came out? And if there are any brave souls who would like to come off of mute and ask General Gillespie his questions or your questions now, feel free to do so. Very informative.
There was one question from Bethany Tolley. She asked, how do ROTC students balance training with their school and schoolwork?
Oh, it's part of your schoolwork. That's a good question too. That's part of your schoolwork, and it fits right into what you're doing, becomes part of your campus activity, and it's not something that's above and beyond what you would normally have at college. I took ROTC, and I was at an HBCU many years ago. They probably tore down the buildings, but the thing that I look at primarily is that it does not interfere with your schoolwork. That's not the purpose of this scholarship or the ROTC program. The purpose of the ROTC program is to get students such as yourself into the ROTC program and to provide officers for the officer corps. And it very much needed right now because of just the time and the environment that we're in right now. We need people such as yourself to consider as a career. But now the other thing is too, you just opened up another door for me. The requirement after you graduate from school is only 4 years. Okay, so what I'm looking at here is you served 4 years, and when I went in, like I said, it's ancient history, but when I went in as a lieutenant, and I went through the OCS program, not the ROTC. But I had a certain time that I had to serve, but I loved the Army so much and what I was doing that I stayed for 37 years. Yeah, and by the way, for you all that are looking at this, I flew gunships in Vietnam for 2 years. Any further questions?
Yes, I think there are more in the chat.
Kenneth Coleman asked, If you receive the ROTC scholarship, how long, oh, well, you answered that one. How long do you have to work for the Army? So that's 4 years. Zanice asked, will the ASVAB be required for any scholarships?
I'm sorry, say that again?
The ASVAB?
No, they didn't ask for the ASVAB. They didn't ask for.
Okay.
No, like I said, you've got the link. Okay, you've got the link. And so go into that, and the things that I couldn't answer or didn't cover, it's in there. And you remember I covered that if you have a question, there's a section in there that you can hit, and you can ask the Army directly the questions that you have about the scholarship and your application. Next.
Anaya asked, being a part of the ROTC programs, will we be eligible for the Minuteman scholarship, or will we have to enlist?
No, if you're in the ROTC program, you had a scholarship, you don't need the Minuteman scholarship. You've already got one. And I laid that out for you in regards to how much money it covers your scholarship. Plus you get what, $420 a month, a stipend. There's no stipulation on that, on how you spend that. That's your money. Okay.
Someone asked, Madison asked, are there any scholarships available for graduate students?
Graduate students? No.
Yes.
No, it's not. It's not a program you've already got your degree now, but you can join the Army. You can certainly do that. You can join the Army. Yeah. Yeah.
You can join as a commissioned officer or enlisted.
Oh, you can apply for a direct commission, and you can apply to go into, you can go through the OCS program. It's officer candidate program. In fact, you have to have a degree to go through the officer candidate program. And it's at, it used to be Fort Benning, it's Fort Moore right now. It's down in Georgia, and it's a school that I graduated from. And that's the other thing too, that maybe I didn't emphasize enough, but I will tell you that the Army, in my 37 years, sent me to every school that I wanted to go to, and even sent me to Harvard, like Dr. Murray indicated. So the thing about, and the one thing about it is you meet the best people in the world that can help you as you matriculate through life. It really does. It really helps you to do that. I've met, let me see, 3 to 4 presidents personally. And so that's the kind of opportunity that you have, because one, I had a successful career. I went from a private, when I enlisted in the Army, I was a private, and when I retired, I was a general. So the thing that I look at here, the opportunity is there. And again, I flew for over 30 years, and not only military, but I also worked with the airlines at one time. And I've flown aircraft down in Central and South America. And all of it was because I was in the Army. And so if you don't want to make it a career, you can at least make it a stepping stone to what you want to do as far as the rest of your life is concerned. But what you do is you walk out of there, you're trained. You've got something behind you that you can put on paper and say, look what I did. Okay. And so that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Some of you might be going into some difficult situation. The Army is the Army, and you wear that uniform and you take that oath because you're out there to defend the country. I don't want to mislead anybody. Okay, so the thing that I'm looking at here, and I told you all earlier that I had two tours in Vietnam flying gunships, and that wasn't a walk on the beach. Okay, so the thing I'm saying to you is that it's worth it if you want to do it, and I underline if you want to do it. It's very, very rewarding. Next question.
Kenneth Coleman asks, what is the Army Academy I would be attending as an aspiring doctor? Also, how long would it take to become one? And if I become one, how long is the commitment after the academy? So
Now,
that's a question specific to the
when
Army
you,
Academy.
all right, when you go into, how many of you are familiar with Walter Reed up here? Raise your hand if you are. How many of you are familiar with Walter Reed Hospital here in Washington? Okay, right there is the Army has a medical a facility there, a medical school that they send, but you must be commissioned, okay, to go to that school. You don't go right into that school from high school. You don't do that. Okay, you've got to be commissioned to go into that school. That means you go through the ROTC program, the 4 years, and then you apply and you go into medical service corps. And then from the medical service corps, you apply for the school up there. And as to the commitment after you finish medical school, I don't have that information. But again, I think, Dr. Murray, we can find that out and I'll let you know what it is. But they do have a medical school, and the nurses, I'll give you an idea. You know, the people that just were released from Russia, okay, and all of you probably have heard about that. Right now, they're down in San Antonio at an Army facility, sort of getting depressurized, and that's the best way to put it. Okay, but that's the kind of services that we offer. And so I can't give you the specifics on what your requirements would be after you graduate from the medical school, but the medical school that I'm familiar with is up at Walter Reed. Next question.
Don't see any more in the chat.
Okay.
I just want to circle back around and doubly emphasize, we have a wealth of knowledge here with General Gillespie and sharing his insights, and the notion, and I always talk about getting accepted, graduating debt-free, great career opportunities, phenomenal training, opportunity to see the world, but also the ability to graduate, get a quality education, well taken care of with great benefits, and not have to pay a penny out of pocket or take out student loan debts, which is extremely important. And as he talked about, you can do anything for 4 years. Now, whether you want to or not, or more, make a career out of it, but you have some phenomenal options with the Army ROTC program he just talked about.
One other thing, Dr. Murray, that I want to say, I have been just about in every part of the world. Okay. I've been in the Middle East. I've been in the Far East. I've been in Europe. I've been in South America, Central America. You name it, I've been there. I mean, and the thing about it, it wasn't just a vacation. It was an experience, and getting to know people from different categories and different countries and interfacing. I've been to Africa. You know, and it's really something that's based on my experience and being qualified and being in the United States Army. So I'm just saying that's an opportunity. I know that appealed to some people, but it is part of being in the Army and the military and seeing those parts of the world. And if there's no further questions, thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give a virtual round of applause to General Gillespie, and we certainly appreciate your time today and your wisdom and your insights. Very great information shared. I will make sure each one of our invited guests receive copies of your slides and the timelines and the information that you shared with us. So thank you so much.
I saw a couple more hands go up.
Someone just asked, does the Army, a lot of thank yous. And then someone says, does the Army pay in and out of state tuition?
In and out of state, the Army pay for the tuition for the school that you are chosen for.
So
That's what,
if you
that
choose the
answer.
out-of-state school, then they will cover your tuition still.
That's right.
Good question. Well, thank you so very much for taking time on your Saturday to spend with us.
That's
We
okay.
appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Take care.
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Excellent. All right. All right, everyone. Phenomenal information shared. I hope that you took away some golden nuggets. I know I sure did, to be able to help other young adults with what we just learned from Mr. Gillespie. So while we have a little bit of time before our next presenter, who will join us at 1 p.m. to talk about apprenticeships, I do want to cover a few scholarship basics that I missed from my earlier talk. So stand by. I'm going to unpin myself once I figure out how. But I don't want to rob you of some of the great information that we need to really talk about on the funding side. So I'm not going to go through everything I would have normally covered, and I apologize for going through these slides so quick, but I am going to touch on a couple of things that I really want to make sure in the next 20 minutes or so that I expose everyone to. And that way I don't have to add more time to talk about these topics. So just bear with me. Okay, so we've already talked about the college admissions and the funding. And next, I really want to make sure we talk about what your funding situation is. So what I really want to emphasize quickly is have a funding plan. You can include your funding plan in your career and college plan. It doesn't have to be two separate plans, but make provisions in your plan to talk about how you will pay for your next endeavor. Whether you do a military ROTC scholarship, whether you go to four-year school, go straight out into the workforce, but if there's funding involved, make sure you have a plan for what you do next. Also, it's important that if you are planning to go to a 2-year, 4-year, or community college, please factor in the cost of attendance. Make sure you know how much the room and board, the tuition costs are. Those are the costs that you're going to pay directly to the college or university, or the indirect costs, the books, supplies, fees, computers, your travel. Those sort of expenses you will have to pay directly. But make sure that you think those through as you're picking a college that's on the West Coast, East Coast, close to home, far away from home, etc. Now, depending on where you go to school, as you can see from this example, it was from a U.S. News article back in 2020, the in-state public school was roughly $10K a year. That same public school, if you were attending from out-of-state tuition, was double. The private school, the cost of a private school, generally speaking, on average is about 3 times that of a local public school. So that's why I say know the differences and go where you can afford. Now, you add it to your plan, as we've talked about. Make sure that you know the different ways you can pay for college. You can pay for it out of your own pocket. If your parents have a cost savings or college savings plan, you can leverage. Sometimes you can use certain life insurance policies to help offset your college expenses, or, and I don't recommend it, but your parents could take funds out or do a loan from their retirement plan if they wanted to. But those are called household sources, money you and your parents would have to come up with. The other way is for you to pay for your education with outside sources. This is where you get into financial aid, federal government, state government, grants, private entities, scholarships, grants, or if you work for an employer education reimbursement program can help. These are anything outside of your house is considered an outside source. Now, financial aid, this is money. Like if you want to get money from the federal government or state governments, they consider that financial aid, generally speaking. And the federal government gives out about $120 billion every year. It could be work study, up to like 20 hours a week working on campus, and they apply it towards your tuition, scholarships, or student loans. So those are some different options. Now, student loans are the funds that you have to pay back. Scholarships and grants are considered gift aid or free money that you don't have to pay back. But once you start getting into student loans, then you start to accumulate loan balances with interest and sometimes without interest. But right now we have about $1.75 trillion worth of student loan debt floating around in the US. 45 million people are borrowing money. And the average person as of 2023 had roughly $37,000 in student loans. So anytime, like what Mr. General Gillespie talked about with his program, anytime you can minimize how much you have to pay out of pocket, sometimes you have to make a short-term sacrifice for a long-term gain. That is what I would highly, highly recommend, so that you don't have to graduate from college and you're already starting out and, you know, so much debt is weighing you down. That's why these programs exist. Depending on where you live, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but if you live in the DMV area, DC, Maryland, Virginia area, Georgia, Florida, you're in the top 5 areas with the highest student loan debt. The lowest, good news, if you're in Wyoming, etc., Puerto Rico, Iowa, North Dakota, South Dakota, it's a lot lower. So know what that looks like for you. One important thing I did want to cover in the next 15 minutes would be on the FAFSA. Please make sure, my rising seniors, listen to me, you want to complete your free application for federal student aid, go to this website, you'll set up the account, it's free. But if you expect or want financial aid from the college or universities you're applying to, every college you apply to, you must have a FAFSA sent to them. So once you fill it out one time and designate, I want to send it to these 8 colleges, they'll automatically send them to those colleges once you do your part. This year, they started a new form, and that new form has some different calculations in it. It's a streamlined process. You should be able to apply a lot easier. I did it with my sons this year using the new form. It took us like 10, 15 minutes. But you'll want to gather up all of your financial documents, you and your parents or guardians information. And every October 1st, they release the new version of the form for that academic school year. Again, while you are in college, so whether you are incoming freshman, a high school senior, starting your high school senior year until you graduate from college, every year, every October, I would send a reminder on my phone, every October 1st, complete your FAFSA for that upcoming school year. Every year you're in school. If you're currently in college right now and you don't complete the FAFSA, don't expect the college or university to calculate how much financial aid you're eligible for. They need this before they'll calculate your financial aid. So if you're a high school senior, I've applied to the colleges I'm going to, I need to fill out this FAFSA so that as soon as they admit you, they'll already have your FAFSA information. They can start telling you how much money you're eligible for. Don't wait until March, April, or May. Do it in the fall, right along with the process to apply for those colleges. I really wanted to emphasize that. You can read about the new process, but ultimately, once you fill out that paperwork, you're gonna get asked anywhere from 18 to 26 questions. And once you complete that, they're gonna spit out what they call a FAFSA submission summary report. And it's gonna give you a SAI. It's called a Student Aid Index. We used to call it Expected Family Contribution, EFC. They're gonna ask you, what's your SAI number? This is how much they think you can pay out of pocket. The higher the number, the less financial aid in terms of grants and scholarships the university might award you. Now, that submission summary report will tell you if you're eligible for Pell Grant funds. Usually individuals with lower incomes will qualify for the Pell Grants, but you want to complete the FAFSA as early in your academic years, every year while you're in college as possible. So you'll know if you need to find other sources of funding. And that's really the essence of that process. Once you go through, you complete it, they'll spit you out your SAI score, tell you what you're eligible for, and then they will calculate, you'll submit your application to all the colleges you are applying to. That's the only way the college will be able to calculate your financial aid is once they have your SAI information. Once they calculate it, you will get probably a letter in the mail, an email, or you can log into that school's portal and see what financial aid they're offering you. It could be a financial aid award letter. or a breakdown on their website. You'll need to determine, is everything covered? If the answer is yes, great. If everything isn't covered financially and you still have to pay out of pocket, that's when you want to start looking for scholarships. And that's where I want to spend the last 10 minutes sharing with you. Again, scholarships are money you don't have to pay back. Is there any better money than money you don't owe anybody when you're done? That's why that Army ROTC, but also the Navy has a ROTC program, the Air Force has one, the Marine Corps has one, and then there are some reserve programs too. So do your research. Mr. Gillespie talked about the Army's program, but guess what? Certain schools have different ROTC programs. Do your research early, because you saw with his presentation, there are set deadlines they have to follow. So do your research early, do it this month. And that way you can build in, hey, I need to get my application in for the October board early. But if you're looking for scholarships, I want to share some strategies on what you should do to get the most out of your scholarships. First of all, scholarship applications are very similar to college applications, except you're not getting awarded to a university, you're getting awarded money. So they may still want your test scores, your transcripts. They may want a verification letter or acceptance letter saying you did get into a certain college already. Then you may have to write an essay or letters of recommendation. If you can, provide your scholar profile if they'll allow for additional documents. And sometimes for financial needs scholarships, they will ask you to provide proof of income or tax returns for you and your parents. So be prepared to submit similar documents. Also, please tailor your scholarship application to based on what that entity needs from you. Every scholarship application is not the same. So be prepared to update your scholar profile or write an essay to make sure that you comply with their instructions. And I say comply with instructions almost on everything I talk about, whether you're in high school, college, or you're trying to find a 9-to-5 job post-college. Again, you'll see the scholar profile, use it for your scholarship applications again. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on that because we've already talked about how do you use that to your advantage. But this is the most important part of the scholarship talk. The best way to find scholarships is to focus on what makes you unique. Use what's different about you, use what's odd about you, use what's great about you, use what you enjoy doing to search for scholarships. There's so many different types of scholarships out there that you can really maximize, and they're not all academic or merit based. So you don't always have to have a strong GPA or a strong SAT or ACT test score. Look for big scholarships and small scholarships. Look for the ones that nobody knows exist. Why? Because when there's low competition, there's low competition. You're increasing your odds of getting awarded the scholarship. So look out in your local communities where few people are applying or few people are even eligible. I'm going to answer your questions at the end just because I want to get through this content, but I do see your questions. Look for the ones that have essays. Why? Because most of y'all young people, I hate to say it, don't want to write essays. Well, guess what? Essays are a big differentiator between you getting money and not. So my students, my young adults are writing essays. Write the essay, get good at it, get somebody to review and proofread them. And few people want to seek out getting letters of recommendations. Get the letter recommendations, get them early, know who can write you powerful and compelling letters early. No one else is you. So you can uniquely look for scholarships and write your essays in a way that makes you stand out. And I would highly encourage you to do so. Last thing I want to do is leave you with this example. I had a student, and some of you have seen this before, but I want to run through it with the group. There was a young lady who called me. My phone number is in my book, my Google number. And one day it rang and this young lady was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you answered the phone." I'm like, "Yeah, I answered the phone. I'm like everybody else." But anyway, she needed help. So she tells me her story and it went something like this. Her name was Gloria. She was a Japanese American in high school. I changed some of the data to protect the innocent. Japanese American student, high school senior with a 3.92 GPA who lived in Virginia. She wanted to go to college and major in chemistry. She mentioned that she plays the piano, she's pretty smart, but she had concerns that her ADHD might hinder her from learning at the same pace that other students in college would learn. She also had a concern that she couldn't afford college because her father died during COVID and her mother's income was low. So she reached out to me because no one in her family went to college before and they didn't really understand the process and could help her with her funding. So let me know in the chat, what scholarship types do you think Gloria could apply for? Quickly in the chat, just start rattling off the different type of scholarships that you think she could apply for. Merit, music, first gen, needs-based, ethnicity, single parent, based on her major, all very, 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 very good. I'm seeing if I missed disability, music, excellent. And you all are all correct. Major, first gen, all she could find. Yep, David, I'm with you on that. Anything she can find, really. STEM, okay, that was great. So what if I told you, I'm gonna go to the next slide. Every last one of y'all are right. She's a female. Nobody mentioned gender. She's a female. Somebody mentioned ethnicity. She's a minority female, or just a minority, or just a female. She's a high school senior. Sometimes people are only earmarking funds. You must be a high school senior. Academic, GPA. She had a really strong GPA. What about scholarships that say you must be a student in the state of Virginia or Prince William County or Prince George County? Look for the ones where 99% of the rest of the world can't even get access to because they don't live in your state, they don't live in your county. STEM, major, arts, all those talents, disabilities, COVID. Do you know that there are folks who were giving out scholarships because individuals had challenges with COVID or family members who were impacted by COVID? What about a scholarship for a student with a parent who was deceased? Somebody mentioned single parent. What about financial need? Low income was mentioned. So anytime there's a low income situation, a lot of students with low income situations, they get discouraged because they don't think they can go to college or afford it. Guess what? They absolutely can, because there are scholarships just for low income students. So please don't let nobody tell you what you cannot do, because these examples are examples of everything you have going on you can use to your advantage, including her ADHD. Somebody talked about disability already. So use what you have to get what you need, y'all. And then first generation. And then there are so many other categories as well. So when the students ask me, Dr. Murray, where can I find scholarships? Everywhere. Google it. Google is your best friend. So while you can look for scholarships everywhere, I strongly encourage you to use keywords and put them in quotes. Scholarships for $1,000, Virginia 2024, put the year so that you can eliminate 2023, 2020, 2018 scholarships. Put scholarships for Virginia students in quotes. So you put in quotes so that those things bubble up in your search. STEM, you can even combine keywords like the minority female or minority female in STEM or minority female with ADHD. So start to combine them, because the more you combine them, the more narrowly focused your scholarship search will be, and the fewer students will be eligible for them, which increases your chances of applying and getting awarded those scholarships. Put together a list, same as you do with your college tracking. Highly encourage you to put together a list of all the scholarships that you find in your unique search that you are eligible for. Put the link, copy paste the link, because you don't want to have to go figure out, where did I see that scholarship at? I can't get back to it. Don't do that. Never do work twice for the same thing. Put the link here, all the other details on what makes you eligible and the criteria, so you can have them in one place. And then sort it based on the dates, the due dates. Do the same as you did with your college applications. I did this for my sons and it was extremely impactful. And here's why. When he started applying for scholarships, and he ended up, by the way, with both athletic and academic scholarships. But when he started applying, we went in January, we focused on the scholarships that were due in February. So if you sort it by the month, You can work 1 month ahead of where you need to be instead of trying to fill out 50 scholarship applications at one time, overwhelming yourself. So work smarter and not harder by having a template. Again, this is one of the templates in my suite of workbook products. I always talk about don't write trash essays when it comes to scholarships, because this is going to determine if people want to give you money or not. They're going to look at your personality through your writing, your ability to write well, and they're going to say, you know what, she just didn't put forth any effort, or she gave us a scholarship, but she has the wrong entity name on it. You're filling out a Coca-Cola scholarship application, and the essay says Pepsi, because you forgot to do your due diligence and update your application and your essay. So make sure you review it, pay attention to what you're doing, be compelling, and be unique. Tell your unique story through your writing. Put together a checklist. Everything you do should have a checklist to make sure you're not forgetting key things that need to go in your package. And lastly, make sure that you understand your funding situation. Start asking those questions early with your parents now and find out what they can do to help you to get the funding you need, or to connect you with other people and resources to get you the funding that you need and get off to a great start. Look for scholarships the whole time you're in college, not just your senior year, but to my continuing college students and certainly my graduate students. There are college scholarships on every level: community college, vocational, 2-year, 4-year graduate school, medical school, you name it. Don't stop looking for scholarships until you get what you need. I also have a free online scholarship ebook that has some of these tips in them that will be in the slide deck available to you. Now, this is important. If you want to apply for my scholarships today, I highly encourage you to join my exclusive group. It's either on, you can join Facebook. It's called Scholarships for Scholars. You put these exact words in on Facebook, Instagram, and then go to @Christie, as it's written here, and join any one of those platforms, because as I hear about scholarships, especially the unique ones that I know there aren't a lot of applicants, I'm going to push it out to my exclusive network first, and that'll increase your chances. So you will need to provide the screenshot that you've joined one of these 3 groups when you apply for my scholarships later tonight. Now, with that being said, I'm going to transition to a giveaway, and then we're going to move on to our next speaker, Mr. Matt Jordan, who's going to talk about apprenticeships coming up next. But as a giveaway, another student giveaway, and this time it will be for my college funding book and workbook. So be ready in the chat if you want to, for an opportunity. So for this particular, let me pull up the chat. For this particular one, the first student who can share with me, let's see, what do I want to ask? What's the acronym for the, and you have to get the acronym correctly, for the free application that you have to fill out in order to get any financial aid? Oh, Chancellor. Chancellor, you're on it. I need your full name, Chancellor. Give me your full name and give me a direct message in the chat with your address, Chancellor. Congratulations. Fast for the free application. Actually, Chancellor, you're not correct. I've got to go to Morgan. You got the acronym wrong. I'm sorry. Morgan, I need your full name. It's the free application for federal student aid. So Morgan, send me a direct message with your full name and your full address so that I can connect you to your college funding book and workbook. Oh, Morgan already has it.
Yeah,
Okay.
she has it already.
Well, that's awesome. Okay. Who else did I miss?
Allie.
Allie, you will already get it. You know what, Chancellor, since you tried hard and no one else weighed in to respond, I'm going back to you, Chancellor. So provide me your full name and your address. So thank you all very much. Excellent. All right, well, I'm going to stop sharing for a moment and I'm going to allow Mr. Jordan to introduce himself. I'll just set the stage for him because I know he has already joined us. So let me pin him first. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Mr. Jordan is the executive director of Build Within. He is an external affairs professional with over 10 years of experience in lobbying and advocating for health and workforce equality. He leads the workforce innovation and business development efforts in the DMV area for Build Within. He has a dual major BS in political science and economics from Florida State University. And he's going to join us today to talk about apprenticeships and how you can earn while you learn. So I'll turn it over to you while I tee up your slides.
Thank you, Dr. Christie. I appreciate it. Hope everyone's having a good day. Thank you all for having me. As we get my slide deck kind of prepared here, I'm just going to give a brief kind of overview and kind of walk through what we do at Build Within. And I am here in the DC area. So if any of you have any questions afterwards, I'm going to have my email on the last slide. Feel free to reach out to me with any questions. We have a pretty big team here in DC and would love to talk with all of you. We're also in Northern Virginia and Maryland. And we have really good technical managers, really good people on the team that are always available to assist young people as they're looking to develop their career path. So we can go ahead and
okay, just tell me next slide when you're ready.
Yeah, next slide. Yep.
To advance
yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Perfect. So we'll do a little overview of Build Within. Then I'm going to talk about the benefits of an apprenticeship. What is an apprenticeship? What makes an apprenticeship different than an internship? And then open it up for questions for you all. Next slide. So Build Within is an innovative workforce development solutions provider. We're a tech company. We create software that is apprenticeship software, but we also develop pipeline of talent, and we also work directly with employers. So what we do is we kind of bridge the gap between employers and the individuals seeking work. A lot of times, and we're going to talk about the skills gap here in a little bit. A lot of times what's holding most people back from getting the job that they want or getting the opportunity they want is just having a little bit of extra experience, a little bit of extra skills technically in certain areas, or just that connection that they need, right? That introduction with the employer. And so that's what we do, is trying to bridge the gap for those people like yourselves who are looking to start their careers. Next slide. And we are an intermediary with the Department of Labor. So we have a really awesome grant and partnership with the Department of Labor. If you guys look up ABA, it's the Apprenticeship Building America grant. They have amazing resources on their website. I would encourage all of you to go to aba.com and check out what they're doing. It's incredible work. And we are a big part of that, especially here in the DMV area. We have 5 hubs throughout the country. So we're focused in California, we're focused in Tennessee, and then Washington, DC, Virginia, and Maryland. My emphasis is here in the DMV area, and I think that's where most of you guys are all located. So, but if you have more questions, you're outside the DMV area, we have support in New York, we have support in Chicago, and we do have a national partnership as well. So even if you're in an area that's not one of our hubs, we still can connect you with some of our national employer partners. So basically what we do is we facilitate the creation and implementation of these RAPs. So the Department of Labor has reached out to us to create these apprenticeship programs. Apprenticeship programs are not just internships. They're very regulated. They're very structured. There's a lot of hoops you have to jump through and forms you have to fill out, and the employer has to get approved. And there's certain criteria and regulations for each program. When you're going through the learning of an apprenticeship program, it's a very structured operation. And so we help the employer set those up. We do all the work for them so we can create these programs to be available for people like yourselves who can just hop in to earn while they learn on the job training. We do a lot of data collection. We make sure that everything's compliant, and we connect the employers with the apprentices. Next slide. So let's talk a little bit about today's workforce. And I actually think it's nearing 10 million now. But there are over 9 million job openings today, and there's over 6 million people that are unemployed, right? So it's how does that make sense? Why should there not just be 3 million openings and everyone's employed? Well, it's because of that skills gap I talked about. There's a big disconnect between what employers are looking for and what the workforce has. 75% of jobs require a 4-year college degree, while only 36% of applicants have one. So what does that mean? And what I'm not going to do on today's call is tell you not to go to college. I went to college. College was a great experience for me. it developed me a lot as a person, as a man, taught me a ton of just really good real life experience and a lot of really, really good classroom experience that has prepared me very well for my field. I went directly into lobbying and politics, so my government relations experience with political science was great. But a lot of people, they go and they get, you know, an English degree or psychology degree or technical degree, and then they go into business. And so everything that they learned in college, what this statistic is saying, is you might have a college degree and then you go get a job that is completely different than what you studied in college. And so a lot of times what we're emphasizing in college isn't what we're even stepping into in the workforce. And so even though you went to a 4-year university where you got your AA or you got your college degree, now that you're entering the workforce, you might not have the direct skills needed for that job. So how are we producing a workforce and a country of people that are job ready, where once you're done with your school and done with your education, you can step in day one and be ready to dominate that job? It's very hard to do so because, as you guys know, until you really do something, it's hard to learn. Experience is the most key benefit to anything, right? Education is great. Someone can tell you something. Dr. Christie is so educated and can communicate her point so well, but until you guys go and do it, you're not going to be able to learn just the same as listening, right? Being very hands-on and learning is the best way to do it. And so that's why apprenticeships are so great. And that's kind of how I'm going to transition here in a minute. But employers need talent to fill their vacancies, and the job seekers lack access to these jobs. So I'm sure that you guys might have friends that are a little bit older who are graduating college and they've got their degree. They know what they want to do. Let's say their degree was even in the exact field that they wanted to study, right? And they are so prepared to go be a data analyst, and maybe they want to be a software engineer. Maybe they want to go into sales. Maybe they want to be a digital marketing or a social media specialist, right? And that's exactly what they studied. As they're applying to jobs, unless they had, some really unique opportunities in college or a good internship, a lot of employers are going to look at those people who are in those positions and say, well, we're looking for someone with like 2 or 3 years of experience. We're looking for someone with 4 or 5 years of experience. How have you done this before? Yes, you have an Instagram. Yes, you might have TikTok and Facebook and Twitter, but how do we know that you know how to run our digital media? How do we know that you know how to run our public relations team? Unless you've done that for an employer. But the person who's graduated college is sitting there like, well, how am I supposed to get that experience if no one gives me a chance? Everyone's telling me that they're not going to hire me without experience. And so I'm never getting that chance. And then I have to go do something else. And then a couple of years down the road, people end up doing something else for a little bit. And then they just make that their field. And they don't even end up doing what they wanted to do originally. A lot of people get into their 30s and they're like, man, I didn't even use my degree, or I didn't even go into the field I wanted to, because when they were a young person, they were 22, 23, 24, 21, 20, 19, 18 even. They didn't get the opportunity in their field that they wanted. And so they kind of gave up on that field. So this is really where you can go to the next slide. This is really where apprenticeships kind of come in. And I'm going to talk a little bit about how we're trying to do a paradigm shift here. As you can see, the millions of openings, employers are struggling to find candidates. There's a significant pool of untapped talent, right? So like I was just talking about, this person who maybe wanted to be a digital marketing specialist doesn't mean that they weren't talented. It doesn't mean that they didn't have the culture fit. They didn't have the right personality, the right work ethic, everything that you would want in an amazing employee to go crush that job, but they just didn't have that experience. Doesn't mean that they're not talented. Doesn't mean that they're not skilled. It's untapped talent. And so those individuals are willing to devote their personal time to pursuing further education, but they now might have the experience. Next slide. And so apprenticeships, as we can talk about, is the career pathway that really kind of bridges that gap. And so for those of you who want to go to college, highly suggest it. You can do an apprenticeship after graduation, or sometimes even while you're going to school. But for those of you who might not have college as an opportunity, apprenticeships is a really unique way to also gain experience and also gain education. So what an apprenticeship is, as you guys can see on the slide, it's an industry-driven, high-quality career pathway where employers can develop and prepare their future workforce. But what that means for you guys as the workforce, as the apprentice, you are getting on-the-job training and you are working full-time. It's not part-time. It's not an internship. It is a paid, you are working full-time job. And like Dr. Christie mentioned, it is earn while you learn. So you're also doing RTI learning. And that's where companies like BuildWithin or the Department of Labor come in hand, where we have our software and our programs that guide you through the instructional learning that you need if you want to become that digital marketing specialist. Let's say you want to become, you're really passionate about cybersecurity. You're really passionate about insurance, or you're really passionate about business. Whatever that role is, the program that you're in is going to be hyper specific, like very, very specific to the role that you're currently in. So your friend could be a software engineer and you could be a web developer. Two very techie roles, right? That seem similar maybe to an outsider, but you guys would be in very different programs because your jobs have very different technical skills. And so the learning that you would be receiving and the competencies that you would be judged on and learning from and like held to a standard on. And that's where your employer and manager and people like myself come into play, where we're going to tell you, these are the things this job needs. These are the skills you need to accomplish these competencies. Let's walk through where you are currently in this role. And then let's walk through what it's going to take for you to become fully proficient. And so most apprenticeships are between 9, 10 to 12 months. Most of them, the majority being a year long. And so your first year on the job, you would be an apprentice and you would be doing RTI learning and competencies. And then by the time you graduate, after that year, you'd get a huge pay raise. So it feels like a big promotion. You're also getting a Department of Labor certificate and you have really, really good credentials. So if you're unable to go to college, or in addition to going to college, having a Department of Labor certificate, let's say you're really passionate about becoming a software engineer. If you have that Department of Labor certificate as a software engineer apprentice, that's huge for employers. Employers want to see that. Even if you don't stick with that company where you did your apprenticeship at, and you want to go on to another company, it's almost like you went to school for a year. You, instead of having to pay a university, right, to go to there, you get paid for your apprenticeship. You get paid for your certificate. Let's go to the next slide. So here are some benefits. Some of these are for, this is kind of a mixture, right? So for employers, they get to increase their diversity, right? Maybe you're a veteran or you're a career changer later in your life and you want to get into the tech field, right? Maybe your mom had a career in something different. And now that, you guys are going off to school, she wants to get into the tech field, boom, she can become an apprentice. And people like herself that might not normally have an idea and not normally have an opportunity to get into a tech field like this, she now has that opportunity, right? If you are of your own age, right, and you normally aren't going to get this opportunity, now you're going to get this opportunity. Minimizing liability costs, financial incentives, you can increase productivity, and employers really get to kind of pick their own workforce, and you guys get to kind of pick what program you want. So it's very nice to really increase staff loyalty and retention. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that more at the end, but I think that's a big deal. I don't know if a lot of you guys have seen this. Kind of raise your hands in the chat if you've seen this, but I'm 30 years old, right? And a lot of my friends, myself included, not as much as many people my age, but the workforce has changed a lot. People my age have worked for 9 different companies. They go and they graduate college, they work somewhere for a year or two, they learn a little bit, then they leave. They work somewhere for 8 months, then they leave. They go to a big firm and then they leave, or then they get fired and then it's boom. By the time you're 30, you've got 7 different employers. And so there's really no loyalty anymore. Apprenticeships is a great way to kind of earn good culture, good pipeline fit with a company that's investing in you. They're the ones taking a chance on you. And then you're, kind of returning the favor and sticking it out with them because you're getting big promotions and pay raises at the end. Thank you, David. We can go to the next slide. I kind of talked a little bit about the role of BuildWithin, but like I mentioned, we really are the experts that are going to guide you through an apprentice. We're going to guide the employers through an apprenticeship, and we're going to support all the development. You can go to the next slide. And this is a little overview into the ABA grant, which is how BuildWithin is funded through the Department of Labor. So if you guys have any questions, I really, really advise you to go look at ABA. They have so many good resources on apprenticeships. It's just an incredible opportunity that's being pushed nationwide. I don't know if you guys saw last week, the Senate just introduced this cybersecurity apprenticeship bill that really wants to drive apprenticeships and put a lot of funding. The government wants to put a lot of funding into apprenticeships. You're seeing a lot of states and a lot of cities, a lot of local chamber of commerces, right, where they're understanding there is this gap, right? College doesn't necessarily always prepare someone for stepping out into the workforce. Our young people might not be as skilled and talented in certain areas as we want them to be. How can we bridge that gap? How can we get the next generation of workers prepared? And a majority of that solution is going to be apprenticeships. You guys are going to see apprenticeship numbers continue to skyrocket. And we can go to the next slide. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the funding and some of the financial opportunities that are available for apprentices. You can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. And so I don't know if raise your hand if you guys have heard of apprentices before. You can do it with the icon. You can just give me a wave. If your camera's on, I'm kind of looking back and forth between you guys. For those of you who have heard of apprentices, right? Thank you guys for the participation here. Did a lot of you maybe think more trade focused? Maybe like welding or blacksmithing or something that's very hands-on, blue collar, right? Apprenticeships have become very modern, very tech focused. So what we're seeing nowadays is most of these apprenticeships, they're not like you have to go out and become a welder. Welding's a great career. If anyone here wants to become a welder, go do it. It pays great money, but it pays really good money. You guys want to go become an electrician, or you want to work on power lines, like those jobs pay great money. Go do it if you want to. And there's great opportunities. They're always hiring for it, right? There's so many people that want to go into like marketing or business, and there's just not always enough jobs there. I think Dr. Christie did a good job talking about expanding your horizons with scholarships. Expand your horizons with what you're open to. I think they're seeing so many opportunities in the workforce that people they have an idea of what's a good job. And a lot of times we don't always know what a good job is. One of my buddies does roofing and ended up kind of getting into management of roofing company. And he's the most successful person I know. He didn't even finish college. He makes way more money than I do. And works for a roofing company. There's a lot of opportunities, and that's not a prestigious job, right? But who cares what a prestigious job means? If you can provide for your family, you can take good care of yourself, and you can put food on the table, that's all that matters. And so I think really opening your eyes to what opportunities are available is super, super important. So there's over 880,000 apprentices across the United States.
Hey, Matt.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you. Quick question
Yeah.
about 880,000 apprentices across the U.S. So they're not only predominantly in one or two states. These are opportunities that are across the country, right?
Correct. So when I was talking about BuildWithin, we have our hubs, but nationally, if you guys look at ABA and you look at what DOL is doing, it's across the country. There's so many apprentices, I mean, everywhere, right? Rural areas, urban, maybe they're a little different depending on geographically or regionally where you're at. But apprentices are a very hot topic, a very, very workforce developing all across the country right now. And as you can see, $80,000 is the average annual salary after completing an apprenticeship program. That is that's at the end of year one. That's not after year 5. That's not after year 10. So the average annual salary, 80,000, that's much higher than a lot of average annual salaries of people that, go into communications or go into a business role after school. And I think I want to be very clear, right? I think there are so many good opportunities everywhere you look. I think what Dr. Christie is really hammering home here, guys, is that keep your eyes open, look for everything. Don't be narrow focused, but think creatively, think outside the box, look and see what all is available to you. There are so many good careers that are available to you. And when we were talking about the loyalty, 90% retention after graduation, that's huge. That's huge. So what an employer is seeing is they're seeing your growth, right? If you guys ever worked somewhere and you didn't know a lot, but you really bought in, or you had a team member that just really wanted to learn and they bought in, they were so hands-on. After a couple months, they got a hang of it. You love that person. You like having them there. You want to work with them. They're good energy. That's kind of the culture of apprenticeships. It's a hands-on, it's a team focus, it's a growth, it's a learning. It's not, like haughty-taughty and you're showing up day one, very like, conceited, and people are like, it's not like, oh, I went to Harvard, look at my status, I'm smarter than you. It's very much, we're all here to learn, we're all here to grow. Let's kind of get in the mud together and grow this company and grow what we're doing and win as a team. And I think that's the most successful way to grow in general. And so companies and employers that are using apprenticeships are seeing really, really good retention rate. As you can see, the lifetime earning advantage is over $300,000 for people that go through an apprenticeship versus people that don't. So I'm gonna say that again, over a lifetime, people that go through apprenticeships on average earn $300,000 more than people that didn't go through an apprenticeship. And there's over 25,000 different programs available through ABA. So like Dr. Christie was just talking about, guys, this is across the country. So whether you want to go into insurance sales, you want to go and be a restaurant manager or hospitality, or you want to go be a software or cybersecurity analyst, or you really passionate about AI and all the new technology platforms we're seeing and all the new tech that's out there, you want to get a tech apprenticeship. There's a program. And so when I say program, what I'm saying is that is your individual kind of track that you would go. It's the education with the competencies. You have online learning, you have online software, kind of like the way you have online school, right? If you guys have any college classes online, you're going to have your own portal with resources and tools and education and learning and videos to watch and everything like that. That's what the programs are, and they're very specific towards the role that you're in. We can go to the next slide. So these are some examples of apprenticeships. All of these apprenticeships are, we actually have at BuildWithin, but like I said, there's 25,000 across the country. We have up to, I think, 32 at BuildWithin, and I just listed some of our most popular here. You guys can kind of take a peek. If these jobs are kind of jobs you're looking at BuildWithin, like I mentioned, we are a tech company. So most of our apprenticeships aren't, you know, in welding or in power line work or in construction. Most of our apprenticeships are very tech focused. So if you guys are passionate about technology, BuildWithin could be potentially a really good fit for you one day. But these are some examples of roles where you see data analyst, right? You see product manager, you see program manager, office operations manager. Those aren't roles that you would traditionally think, oh, that's an apprenticeship, right? Or that's an internship. It's a full-time job, right? But you're getting paid to earn while you learn through the apprenticeship model. Go to the next slide. So these are some of the examples. I haven't got to meet Olinka, but I do know China and I do know Drew very well. They are great. They both went through BuildWithin. We've had over, I believe we're over 600 now. We've had over 600 apprentices go through BuildWithin. But like I mentioned, there's over 880,000 that have gone through ABA and DOL throughout the country. We just graduated over 200 apprentices in Maryland a couple of weeks ago through Governor Moore's DSCI program there. That was a great initiative that we are lucky enough to be a part of. And as you can see, the skills that China learned in her internship, she learned Intercom, Jira, Retool, Slack. Hold on, let me see. Gabriel, I see your comment. Would I recommend getting an apprenticeship during the fall term freshman year in college? And we're going to get into some of these questions in a second, guys. So I'll go through some of these questions once we kind of finish up the slides. But as you can see, some of China's skills here, right? Some of Drew's skills. So we actually hosted, and Drew and China both work at BuildWithin full time now. So we kept them on after they finished their apprenticeships. Drew actually gave a presentation to over like 100 people a couple weeks ago who are all tech CEOs, C-suite people, and he was explaining a new cybersecurity feature, very software, very tech focused, and he's just really flourished in product design. He crushed it. China is absolutely amazing. Her growth has been so incredible, and she's one of our strongest people on our team. It's amazing getting to see the two of them and how much they've grown and how much they've learned in apprenticeships. And I ask them questions all the time. China and Drew both know more about certain things than I do, and you'll see me reach out to both of them and ping them when I have questions. And they were apprentices, you know, a couple years ago. So it's just really cool to see. We can go to the next slide. And so now we'll kind of get into questions. And so Gabriel, to your point, right? Would I recommend getting an apprenticeship during the fall term freshman year in college? So I'm going to talk a little bit more about apprenticeships, and maybe, you know, I can talk fast. Sometimes I get excited. So let me slow down here. An apprenticeship is a full-time job, right? It's not, you're not working 15 hours a week. You are working 40 hours a week. So sometimes when people have school online or they have school at night, apprenticeships can be a great way to also do college while you're doing an apprenticeship. I think for the most part, depending on what your journey looks like in college, I think focusing on college first. If you want to go into apprenticeship, I think focusing on college first is the right step. And then like as you're in your senior year and your studies and your classwork kind of goes down a little bit, or as you're graduating and you're entering the workforce, that's where the apprenticeship model really fits in perfect for you guys. So I know if some of you are only, 17, 18, 19, and you're super young in your college career, this might be a couple years out for you all, but I still think it's really important to keep track of this and keep looking and keep understanding as you're growing. I think sometimes a mistake that a lot of us make is we always, oh, that's a tomorrow problem. I think procrastination is the biggest killer of dreams. It's the biggest killer of growth, whether it's a chore you have to do at the house, whether it's a gym or a fitness goal or a friend or a social goal or an academic goal. I think sometimes when we put things off, we can fall really behind. And so getting ahead of schedule here and understanding what career you want to go into and looking at those apprenticeships, that by the time you're in your junior, senior year, or you're graduating and you're really ready to work full-time and go right into an apprenticeship, you already know exactly what you want. You've already been looking, you've already been applying, you've been talking to people like myself, who can help kind of get you in the door for those companies. So I guess, I know I didn't explain this a lot, but one of my roles and other people at BuildWithin, what we do is we reach out to employers, right? We reach out to the big tech companies and we say, hey, I see you've got 20 jobs available on your career page, right? And I don't know if you guys ever look at jobs. I know some of you are pretty young, but if you look at a company's career page, they'll show you what jobs are open, what they pay, the role description, all that. And sometimes they'll have a date of how long it's been there for. Some of these jobs are sitting there for 3, 4, 5, 6 months. And it's like, I know you've had 50 to 100 people apply for this. How do you not have someone that can fit that role, right? What's going on? And so people like myself, I'll reach out to employers and say, hey, what's going on? Is LinkedIn not working? Have you tried an apprenticeship model? And I get these employers to then partner with us. Say, I've got a pipeline of people that want to be software engineers. They're ready to go through this program. They're kind of gone through our job readiness trainings and webinars, and they've gone through pre-apprenticeship accelerators. I've got great people that are ready to step in, and you can hire them as an apprentice. And so we get employers who are like, oh, that sounds great. I don't have to pay for recruiters or pay for LinkedIn. I can just use the apprenticeship model. And companies like BuildWithin and Department of Labor and your local workforce developments, right? And in your city chambers, right? Your local city branches or city governments, they have job programs, they have job search programs, and they have plenty of people that are looking for jobs. And so once those partnerships are created, if you're reaching out to people like myself, I say, boom, I actually know of a company that wants to hire a cybersecurity specialist. I'm going to send them your resume. I'm going to screen you. Let's talk before your interview, right? You and I will sit down and we'll talk in the way that like a recruiter almost would kind of prep you for an interview. Then someone on the BuildWithin team preps you for that. And then if the employer likes you, they hire you as an apprentice and you get to go right into the job force. So it's a great, great experience. Linda, I wish we had something like this in Florida. You have so many good apprenticeships in Florida. You don't have me in Florida, but there are tons of other people like me. The Department of Labor is everywhere. I am from Florida, so maybe I can come down and find you something. Let me know what you're interested in, Linda. My email, we can go back. I'll put it in the chat. It's matt@buildwithin.com.
I just added it too, Matt. So
Cool. Thank you.
doubly in there, y'all.
All right, Linda, college senior. Yeah, this is perfect. Computer science major. Start looking at companies that you're interested in computer science, right? And what those actual roles look like. Send me an email for the kind of roles you're thinking about, right? And we can talk more about what the next steps really looks like. Gabriel asked, would it be better to do multiple internships or an apprenticeship? I think having an internship, if you have the opportunity to do it while I remember you were saying that you were a freshman in college, Gabriel. I think that's a good opportunity to do an internship when you're younger. I think like your freshman, sophomore, junior year of college is a great time to do internships. Because let's be honest, if you step like apprenticeships aren't easy, guys. I'm gonna be really, this is not an easy internship where you step in and you're just like getting donuts and folding paper, right? Like this is very tough work. It's a full-time job, right? You are an adult, you are a professional as an apprentice. And so if you haven't never had any office experience, if you've never had any real work experience, I think an internship can really prepare you for that. But that's also why BuildWithin, that's why we do job readiness programs. That's why we do webinars and we do accelerators before you start your apprenticeship, right? People like myself and my colleagues, our role is to prepare you to step in day one and crush it.
Hey, Matt, question for you.
Mhm.
I want to make sure that it's crystal clear for those young adults who are on, or parents who have young adults who they're interested. Can you concisely share the approach? It sounds like they should kind of have an idea of what kind of career field or companies that they're interested in working for, and then come to you for assistance. But can you clarify the path to getting connected with an apprenticeship?
For sure. And good point. Happy to do that. So applying for an apprenticeship is kind of like applying for a job, right? An apprenticeship is a job. So in the way where most of the time people don't just call you saying, hey, I want to hire you, you kind of got to go look for it. You kind of have to go apply. It's kind of the same thing, right? So an apprenticeship is a job. It's just, it's structured differently than the way a regular term employee would be, because you have the RTI learning and you have the competencies, the on-the-job training, right, while you're going through the role. That being said, there are companies like BuildWithin. There are resources like the Department of Labor, like ABA, big companies that are looking for people like yourself, and they'll reach out to you. But I think the best advice I can give you is to do your own research and look for what you want to do, right? So the young lady who mentioned that she wanted to be you were a computer science major, right? Well, computer science major is your degree, right? So what is that? What role do you want? Do you want to be a front-end developer? Do you want to be a back-end developer? Right? Do you want to go into cybersecurity? Do you want to go into data analyst work? Do you want to be a project manager, right? So do you want to build apps, right? Do you want to be IT help desk and help people navigate their systems, right? Well, so once you know what role you're looking for, what kinds of roles, maybe multiple roles you're looking at, start looking at companies that are hiring for those roles, right? Some of them might be apprenticeships, some of them might not be. Once you know those roles, reaching out to people like myself, where we can then plug you in with some of the right fits, it's good. And, we don't always have hundreds of available jobs. Sometimes it's a work in progress, and you and I will talk, and I might not have anything for you for a month or two or three, but it's about pointing you in the right direction and about getting you in those conversations with these employers. And then when those jobs open up, having you in the system where I can be like, hey, I've got somebody that wants to hire for this role. And I remember you said this would be great for you, and I feel like this would be a good fit. What do you think? People like myself reaching out to you is kind of the way you do that. And it's not just BuildWithin, right? I think I'm the apprenticeship expert who gets to talk to you guys in general about apprenticeships. I'm not just trying to sell you on BuildWithin as a company. I'm trying to open up more people to these great opportunities that are out there, and making sure that you guys understand that you don't just have to do the traditional route. You can be a little creative, you can be a little innovative. And most of the time, as you saw with those statistics, if you go the apprenticeship route, it's going to work out better for you anyways. And so just learning more about apprenticeship, seeing what's available to you all, looking at ABA, reaching out to myself for more resources, but figuring out what you want to do with your career, and then finding the best vessel to get there. Those next steps look like doing your research and looking up companies that are hiring for those jobs, understanding what kind of company you want, whether, a lot of apprenticeships aren't remote work either, right? You're not always finding a bunch of remote apprenticeships. Some of them are, but most of them are going to be like in office, working with your manager, seeing your manager. So depending on what kind of work you're looking for, just understanding more about apprenticeships and then reaching out to those employers that are hiring for them, or working with companies like BuildWithin, or like, resources like the Department of Labor, reaching out to them and saying, hey, I've seen this program. How do I apply? Or how do I get in? But it really depends on what program you want to go into, because like I mentioned, if you want to be a data analyst, it's a very different route than if you want to, be a hospitality manager. So, I don't want to give a generic answer or a too specific answer, because everyone's going to have different career steps, but it really just starts with doing your research, understanding what you want to do, and then reaching out to those employers and those partners that are hiring for those roles, finding the open roles and applying for them, but also understanding the responsibilities of that role. So if you're a year or 2 or 3 years away, even from being done with school, being in the workforce, look at, let's say I really want to be a cybersecurity specialist. I want to work with, firmware and work with companies on their back end to protect all their employees, to protect their, themselves from being liable to spam and to phishing. And I really want to protect hack companies, and my mom got hacked and I want to prevent people from getting hacked, right? That's a passion of yours. Understanding what those roles and what those responsibilities of a cybersecurity specialist are, and then learning those things, right? So you're not just understanding what it takes, but you're becoming what it takes. And so when you're going to apply, you already have the skills, you're already certified in certain trainings, and you have all the clarifications that you need to step into that role day one.
And I just want to clarify, and Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, you do not have to go to college to apply for an apprenticeship. In fact, one of the key values of an apprenticeship, it is another avenue to take for a great career without having to go to college. So I know there's a question about the difference between an internship and an apprenticeship, but an apprenticeship is a program where if you get connected to the right company and training and development opportunity, they will train you while you work a full-time job. They will help to skill you up in the workforce. So it's a little different from an internship. You go for 3 months in the summer in between classes to it is a entryway into a great career where they train you while you earn a living.
Yep. Full-time work. So to Alexander's question about what I look at apprenticeship if I'm trying to go to grad school, I don't think you could do grad school and an apprenticeship. That would just be way too much on your plate, because an apprenticeship it's a full-time thing, right? And trying to do and grad school is a full-time thing. Trying to do 2 full-time things is just really tough. And to Dr. Christie's point, no, you could be 18 years old, never even apply to college, and you could go apply to apprenticeships. It is very much a substitute. It is an equal kind of opportunity to get that education and experience in the way that college provides that, right? You're not going to get a 4-year degree, but you're going to get a Department of Labor certificate that is an apprenticeship certificate in exactly what you're studying. And most employers now are looking for skills. They're not always looking for credentials. They're looking for what skills does this person have? I don't care that Matt has a degree from Florida State. What can Matt do? That's nice that Matt has this piece of paper. What is Matt capable of doing? What skills does Matt have, and why is Matt hireable? That's what employers think when they look at me. They don't care that I have a college degree. College degrees are great. Some employers require it for certain roles, but when an employer is meeting with me and I'm looking for a new job, the first thing they care about is what skills does Matt have and what can Matt do if I hired him for this role? And apprenticeships teach you skills. Thank you for that chat, Dr. Christie. That's perfect. That's perfect. And you guys are asking really good questions. I appreciate the engagement. I'm so happy that you're all here today. I think I get to meet a lot of young people, and I think taking the initiative to go above and beyond and participate in opportunities like this Youth Career and College Excellence Summit is perfect. I think you guys are getting really, really good feedback from Dr. Christie and really, really good advice. And this is something that you should be taking very seriously and diving in. She's an expert in this field, and really just taking what she's saying to heart and taking all the next steps that are required to really kind of get to your next goals is super important. And it's cutthroat nowadays. It's not always easy to get a job. There's a lot of really sharp young people. There's a lot of people looking for work. So you've got to really try to separate yourself and become excellent, right? It's an excellent summit. You want to become excellent. And so if for those of you who are just going to go to college and you got it all figured out, that's great. For those of you that want to go to an apprenticeship and learn skills, you will become excellent in those skills that you want to learn. You will become a master in your craft and a master in that trade if you choose the apprenticeship route. So I would say if you want to go an apprenticeship route, really be sure that that's the thing you want to do, right? Because you're going to really hone in on those very specific skills. But if you're very sure about looking for those skills and you know what you want to do, hop right in. Jada asks, how do you obtain certain skills a job is looking for? It's a great question. If it's a technical role and you have to learn maybe more software, more technical computer skills, there's tons of LinkedIn learnings and classes online. And IBM, honestly, I would look at IBM skills. They have really, really good opportunities and a lot of them are free. A lot of good stuff online for trainings. But in general, I think job readiness is super important. And I know that you guys are going to talk a little bit about it today. I don't want to go super over my time, but if I have 30 seconds just to do job readiness, what I would say is know how to communicate, know how to talk to people, know how to look someone in their eye, know how to dress sharp, know how to manage a Teams or a Zoom call, know how to store documents, know how to keep everything that a company would need. Just being professional. Professionalism skills are super applicable to any role you go into. If I leave BuildWithin one day, if I go to communications or political science or whatever I'm doing business, my skills of being able to communicate and talk to people professionally can take me anywhere, right? And so developing those skills that you need in professionalism is super important. Being on time, knowing how to communicate, knowing what to say, when to say it, right? Like how to talk to your manager. Like those are very important things. How to write an email, how to write a cover letter, what your resume should look like. Those are things that can really set you apart. And so some of those skills, Jada, it just depends on what the job is, but I think you guys are smart enough if you really want to kind of learn those skills. The internet is great. And when there's tons of good resources out there for you guys to obtain those skills, just figure out what it is you want to do and really apply yourself. I think hard work. And if you take the initiative and you don't always just want someone to do it for you, but you're willing to go and do the work and do the research and learn and develop the skills that you want, you will thrive and you will do really, really well. And I'm really excited for you all. And thank you, Dr. Christie, for having me today.
Oh, thank you. This has been outstanding, Matt, and I look forward to partnering with you again on these kind of endeavors because this was definitely what's needed. And this recording of this segment, I'm going to break it out and share it more broadly because I think young adults, we all could benefit from what you just shared and making sure that we know what those steps are. That's why I wanted to make sure I added those to the chat too, because he brought up so many great points. But at the heart of it is you have options. And this was certainly another phenomenal option that we rarely hear about in this space. And he and I met a few months ago at a Department of Commerce National Youth event they had. And I said, oh, Matt, I've got to have you on the summit. So thank you so much. I look forward to partnering with you in the future. And I will share your slides with all of our attendees so that they can have those as a reference. And unless there are any parting questions, there's a lot of thank yous in the chat.
Yeah, thank you all so much. And you guys have my email. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. I wish I could have met you all in person, but you guys are in good hands here. And Dr. Christie, thank you for your kind words. I look forward to working with you more as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Matt. Job well done.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye. Excellent, excellent. So I hope you all found that to be as informative and insightful as I did. Because even as I work with a lot of young adults, there's always something we can learn, and we can learn that other people are doing very well and they have so many opportunities. David, do you have, I see your hand up. I want to turn it over to you to see if you have a question. If you are speaking, you're on mute. Okay. Well,
Sorry.
Yes, hi.
I think
You're picking up on me.
there it is. My button was stuck.
Okay. Hello.
Hello. Sorry, my button was stuck for a sec. Didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, okay. I thought you your hand was raised. Oh, the hand button was raised. Okay. I understand now. So okay, great. Well, we're going to move on. Let me admit I'm trying to pin all of our next group. So I am super excited. Let me make sure I have everyone. I think I'm missing someone. Hold on one second. I'm super excited to introduce this next panel. I think I have everyone that I'm supposed to have. Landon. Let me grab Landon here. There he is. All right. So welcome. Jamarian, if you could turn your camera on so if you're able to and you're not driving, of course. And I do want to excitedly introduce our next panel. This is our Young Adulting Experience panel, talking about college and beyond. And I am fortunately not going to be moderating this session because I want you to hear from young adults in your peer group and to hear about their experiences. So I'm going to turn it over to Miss Jasmine Smith, who will be the moderator. And thank you so much, Jasmine, and thank you all of our esteemed young adults for joining us on this panel to moderate this discussion. And please take note, because they're going to share insights that you probably won't get anywhere else about things that they've experienced, and some great advice, hopefully, on their journeys in high school, college, and beyond, because I know we have some recent college grads on this panel too. So Jasmine, I will have you take it away. And in the chat, I'm going to just put as a reminder, if everyone could introduce themselves for 1 to 2 minutes, and Jasmine will facilitate that happening. And the information we'd like you to share is in the chat. So take it away, Jasmine.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Christie. That was a nice little intro, but yes, I'll be moderating this little panel, but I'll start off with my introduction. Again, my name is Jasmine Smith. I live in the Northern Virginia area. I live in Dumfries, and I recently just graduated in May from Radford University, which is in Radford, Virginia, with my degree in cybersecurity with my minor in criminal justice. And right now I'm still kind of on the job search right now. So that's kind of like where I'm at. So whoever's next on the panel, who's ready, feel free to go next.
I'm sorry. I'm Jada Holloway. I go to Norfolk State University. I'm currently a sophomore. I live in Stafford, Virginia, and my major is business/financial services.
Hi, I'm Bethany Tahuli. I'm from La Junta, Colorado, and I'm currently attending Colorado Christian University. So I'm going into my junior year there, and I am studying music theater, dance, creative writing, and graphic design. So my future career profession is teaching, directing, working with kids, and I'm already getting to do that. So yeah, really love it.
What's going on? My name is Landon Mason II, and I'm a junior now because of credits, but I'm a junior now at North Carolina A&T State University. And my major is biology pre-med, and my goal is to be a sports medicine physician.
My name is Christian Jones. Currently, I'm at Germanna Community College. My major is biology. My career goal is to become a veterinarian.
Thank you, Christian. At this time, we're having our panelists. We appreciate you sharing your background. We have our panelists who are pinned introducing themselves. So Jamarion and Ron are up next.
I am so sorry.
No, you're fine. It's nice. Thank you for introducing yourself.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. Well, my name is Jamarion Willie Hughes. I'm born and raised in Huntsville, Alabama. I'm a recent graduate from the Alabama School of Cyber Technology and Engineering, and I'll be heading to Troy University this upcoming Sunday to major in electrical engineering for my freshman year.
Okay, I got to come off of mute and give a shout out to my fellow electrical engineering student. Woo woo. Okay, I'm done.
Can everyone hear me? I was having technical difficulties. Sorry about that. Y'all can hear me? Okay. My name is Ronald Thomas II. I'm a recent graduate from the illustrious Virginia State University down in Petersburg, Virginia. I got my degree in business management with a focus in human resources in the spring of 2022 in May. In terms of, jobs after work, jobs after school, I've worked a couple jobs here and there, but right now I actually work for the Arlington National Cemetery Call Center. And I think that was everything. Oh, and I'm from the Dumfries, Virginia area. Really Woodbridge. I graduated from Forest Park High School back in 2018. So it's good to see everybody on here.
All right, is that the whole panel? All right, I guess we'll keep that same order, but we'll start off with our first question. So our first question is, why did you choose your college and/or major? So I'll go first for answering. So for me, I just decided to go to Radford because one, I guess I'm a little biased because my older brother went there, and with him just kind of going there, he really enjoyed that experience. So I was like, if he enjoyed it, I should enjoy it too. So I kind of went in with that mindset. And then second, it was a very cost-friendly option for a public college. So when me kind of taking that in mind, I'm like, I don't really want to end up in a lot of debt. So Radford might be a better option for me, because the two schools I was really kind of bouncing back and forth with was Radford and Virginia Tech. So the thing is, Virginia Tech, you got that name, Virginia Tech, you can tell people you went to Virginia Tech. But had I gone to Virginia Tech, I would probably would have ended up probably in $100,000 in student debt. And I just know I don't want to set myself that far back. So I said I chose Radford because I'm like, my brother went there, enjoyed it, cheaper school, smaller school too, because I think I kind of thrive better in smaller environments. So I ended up choosing Radford. And as far as choosing cybersecurity as my major, it was more so that's the up and coming kind of trend within jobs. So I'm like, I want to do well financially in life. So you kind of got to follow the money. So I kind of want that mentality. And then that's kind of how I just ended up with cybersecurity. So next, Jada.
Well, before we go to Jada real quick, I want to say the reason why I like these summits for even young adults. So Jasmine, if let's chat about, I think I heard you say you're a recent grad and you're looking for a job.
Yes.
There's a lot of cybersecurity opportunities, particularly like in the federal government and more. So connect with me and Miss Cassandra so we can point you in the right direction.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So I chose Norfolk State because I was placed into a summer program by my mother to do cybersecurity. It was a week-long program and I fell in love with the school. I originally wanted to do cybersecurity as my major, but once I got to school, I realized that wasn't the major that I really wanted. And I switched my major over to business. When I arrived to school, I realized that I was more interested in the financial side just because I like to manage my money to the where I can have the things that I need and also the things that I want. So that's how I chose my major and my school.
I chose Colorado Christian University because, well, I knew I wanted to stay in state because I want to be close to my family and my cats. And I wanted, financially, I knew it would be smarter, especially since I was going for some of those like full ride ones. Like there's like the Bachelor Scholarship in Colorado, which you can only get if you're in Colorado. So because I was going for those, I was like, I'm going to go for a Colorado school. And I knew I wanted a smaller environment, kind of like Jasmine said, and I'm a Christian, so I really wanted to have that be my college environment and be around people that were similar mindset to me, and that would be really encouraging in that. So yeah, I love my school, and my major, I've actually switched my major 4 times now. So I always knew I wanted to do something creative, and I've kind of I started with youth ministry, which I'm not that anymore, but kind of went all over the place, back and forth from like stratcom to English, and now I'm in musical theater. We like created my own major. There's not even a musical theater major at my college, but they designed one for me. So really exciting. So yeah, that's kind of, I settled on that because as I got a job working with kids at a school and I realized how much I just love directing and performing. So I was like, I'm going to have to do this the rest of my life. So that's why I ended up settling on that one.
Well, I chose North Carolina A&T because one, it was far enough, but close to home. Because it's only, I live in Eaton, North Carolina. So it's about 3.5 hours from Greensboro. And so it was far enough for my parents couldn't just drop in on me and then I could just, have a little freedom. But major wise, I decided to do biology pre-med because I was always a strong math and science student. And so I've always liked working with people, which is why and I also have a love for sports. And so I always said if I couldn't play a sport in college, I always wanted to be a part of the action or part of the crew. So that's why I want to be a sports medicine physician.
So the reason I chose Troy University is because it offers like a really diverse academic environment. It has a vibrant campus life. and a like commitment to student success, making it a really attractive choice for people seeking like a well-rounded educational experience. Um, for me, I really didn't want to go to a super big school with around like 40,000 students, and I really didn't want to go to a super small school. And Troy was like that, the median being around 10,000 students. And also, I really love the beach, and it's only an hour away. So that's the thing that took me the most. But studying electrical engineering has always been my aspiration ever since my enrollment at the Alabama School of Cyber Technology and Engineering. Engaging in group projects and internships kind of fuel my interests and like um inspire me to pursue a passion of that. And also watching my mom overcome the challenge of like raising two kids and obtaining a degree with not a lot of father support kind of contribute to my determination to like obtain the college degree. So
So for me, it actually kind of started in high school. And actually, Miss Jasmine Smith, her mom, was my counselor, Miss Tiffany Smith. And I remember she was saying she had a son that was my age, and I wasn't really, no, I didn't know if I wanted to go to college, but I knew college was a big thing in my family, so I knew it was in the future, whether I liked it or not. And she kind of convinced me, to just apply to VSU, and I applied to other schools, but VSU got back to me first. That's kind of the first reason why I went there. The second reason why I've had a couple family members go through VSU, and I wanted to make sure that I was going to be the first ones to get my degree, and kind of set my life up, not only just for me, but kind of like my generations to come after me. And then also too, kind of like what everybody said, especially Landon and Jamaria. I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly, so I apologize if I didn't. But I don't know, VSU to where I'm from, it's about an hour and a half. So I live with my mom and my sister, and I'm the only guy in the house. So if I gotta rush home real quick, I have my car. I was able to come, handle some business. But at the same time, I don't know. I have been to VSU a couple of times to like visit, and where is at? I'm not gonna say, there's a whole bunch of things to do around there, but I do know that when I did go those couple of times, the vibe that I got was it's a smaller school, so it was only about, I think, 5,000 students there when I went, and it was a very tight knit community. And I feel like the main thing, and I'll speak on this later, that I learned from VSU is it's not really what you know, it's who you know. And the type of person that I am, a lot of people in this call can tell you, I'm a people person. So naturally, I just came there and I kind of knew everybody. So it just, I don't know, it kind of it spoke to me in a way. You could even say it was God. He kind of told me like, this is what's for you, so you should just go do that and make it yours. So.
All right, thanks, Ronald. We'll move on to our next question. How did you pay for college? Did you receive any scholarships or grants to attend college? If so, how many and for how much money? So really, most of my scholarships went towards my freshman year of college. So during, of course, kind of going in that I graduated high school in that 2020 pandemic era. So a lot of people weren't thinking about, going to school, it was a limbo for everybody. So my mom was like, well, the plan is to still go to school in August. So really during that, just that time where we're all indoors, I was just applying to scholarships, just writing up some little essays. And for the most part, I was the very few, if only, people that was applying to these scholarships. So I think I got around $4,000 to $5,000, $1,500 scholarships, and really that carried me through that first year at Radford. And then after that first year of Radford, I became an RA. And so if you don't really know much about being an RA being at a college, is that for the most part they can cover your whole entire room and board or some of your room and board. For Radford, it covers the whole entire room and board, and the meal plan is free. Which, when you think about when it comes to a bill, it's that's the biggest part of your college bill. So to have that off, my semester bills, they really weren't that bad. And then when my financial aid came in, I was getting refund checks. I didn't really have to pay out of pockets. 2:03 p.m. So really, once I did that, I was set. And I was already for my last 3 years at college. So that's really what kind of got me through financially at Bradford. I will also say that a lot of people are kind of opposed to kind of like taking out a lot of financial aid, but I know some people that kind of say no to financial aid and like continue like the scholarships route, the grants routes. But for me, I didn't really see that's a big deal. But I guess it's everyone's each of their own how they kind of go about it. So Jada, you can go next.
Jasmine, I have a follow-up to that. Did you continue to look for scholarships those years, or did you think that you could, or you just took a different route?
I just took a different route. I just, I had a lot going on already. So I was like, you know what, we're good. We're good. Yeah, you're good, Jada.
Okay. So a little backstory. I decided to graduate a year early in the middle of my junior year of high school. So I kind of missed out on like merit-based scholarships and things like that of that nature. I applied for some scholarships, but not many because I did decide in the middle of my junior year to graduate a year early. But now that I am in college, I still have been applying for scholarships. That just because you've already graduated high school and you're in college does not mean that you should stop looking for scholarships as you go throughout college. So I'm still looking for scholarships. I did currently pay out of pocket last year. This year I decided not to do housing on campus, so that does make the cost of school a little bit cheaper. And I do get loans from the government, so that helps out as well.
Yeah, I got a good chunk of scholarships from outside scholarships. My junior and senior year, me and my mom kind of joked that it was kind of like a part-time job applying for scholarships. Like all the time I would spend, we'd always be like, you're never going to find a job where you're going to get paid $1,000 per hour. So like if it takes you an hour to fill out a scholarship application and you get it, that's $1,000 you just won. So we always had that mindset. And I think from my going into freshman year, from outside scholarships, like I think I got around like 15 or 20. So altogether it was like 17,000 for that. And then from my school, I got around 25,000, which is renewable. So I get that every semester, which is really good. And that came from like my school has like a system where their top scholarship, like you have to have like the higher SAT score and like your high GPA, and you have to interview for it, and then you can end up getting that one. So I was fortunate enough to get that one. So so far I have not had to take out any loans or pay anything back, which was always my family's goal. And yeah, we're super proud and happy about that. So we'll see how the next 2 years go. I'm still continuing to I'm still continuing to apply because that's always been our goal. Is my parents really struggled with like student debt because they went to college for a really long time since they were both doctors, and they had a lot of loans that they took out, and they're still trying to pay them off. And my mom said she wanted a different future for me. So that's been our goal, is to try to get all those loans paid off and not graduate with any debt.
So again, I'm sorry, I'm gonna take privilege. Bethany, can you share how many years you've been coming to this summit, and if and how any of the strategies that you've learned have helped you on that journey?
Yeah, so I believe this is my the fourth year that I've done it. So yeah, I've been doing it for all of the years. I think everything, all the principles that you've taught through this have been great, especially with how to apply for scholarships. Something huge that I think people don't realize is how important your essay is, and I think you really do highlight that. Like, once I started putting in a lot of effort into those essays, and I think I am a stronger writer, so that does help. But I realized that what really makes you stand out is letting them see your personality through that and your passions, and spending a lot of time on your application. And yeah, all the check mark boxes that you've gone through, me and my mom have gone through a million times to make sure my applications are strong. So thank you, Christie.
Well, for me, I had about 7 different scholarships coming out of high school because I just graduated last year. And so I ended up having $22,000 for my first year. And I got a merit scholarship, which was $7,000 a year. But by me having dual enrollment classes in high school, it cut out, or I was able to save my parents money, so to say, by, graduating in 3 years instead of 4. And so that helped me out. And then also, I think, and then I have about 17 for the rest of my undergrad career.
Yeah, so for me, I'm not the best standardized test taker for the ACT, so I knew I had to apply for a lot of scholarships. And this past year, I've been a recipient for 12 different scholarships who all aided for my future and received well over $80,000 total in scholarships, with the Boys and Girls Club being my biggest amount from Youth of the Year. And just like Jasmine said, I'm extremely grateful to be on refund as well. So.
So first of all, I would just like to say congrats to all y'all with all those scholarship money, because that's really big. That's a big thing. For me, I'm not gonna say I wasn't as fortunate, but I've gotten a couple scholarships here and there. I definitely have taken out loans. So like I was saying, that is very fortunate for you guys. I have not had to take out any loans. That is a very big thing. So congrats to y'all and keep it up. But I've had let's see, probably 5 different scholarships throughout my whole entire college career, but I'm also unfortunately paying student loans. So, yeah.
All right. Next question. What do you find to be the most enjoyable about college life? So I guess I would say the most enjoyable part about college life is definitely the social aspects. The social aspects and just also the freedom. Your parents are there to monitor you, make sure you're doing what you're supposed to do. So I guess depending on the way you look at it, either that's a good thing or a bad thing. But for me, I really builds that independence. So really, and just being able to just walk around campus doing your own thing. You can see your friends whenever you want. You can eat whenever you want to. You can go to the gym whenever you want to. You can do work whenever you want to. I just love that independent aspects. And I guess, after graduating, I guess that's the aspect I kind of miss most. So definitely the social aspect.
I would say the most enjoyable thing about college was finding myself. Like in college, you get that certain freedom where your parents aren't around telling you what to do and who to be. You get to choose your friends, choose the people you surround yourself with, get to choose how you manage your time. Just because you have all that free time does not mean that you should just be lazy. You should use your time wisely. But that was really the biggest thing, getting to hang out with people. And you get to meet people from all over. It's not just people in that state, it's people from the other side of the country, out the country. You'll be surprised how many people are from out of the country who go to these colleges. But yeah, that's my favorite thing.
So I actually came from a super small school, like I think 17 people in my graduating class. So my college isn't super big, but to go from 17 people then to having like 3,000 in my class, like it's a big change, and I love it. I love getting to meet all these new people, and you just have so many more options of friendships and relationships you get to build. And like I said, I just love the community I have at my college. That's probably been one of the biggest highlights, is getting to like openly share your faith. And like the teachers at my school, we get to like pray for each other before tests. Like it's super cool. And I love where I chose, and that's probably one of my biggest things. And I think the independence that you get to have as a college student is so cool, because if you have a car, like it's 2 a.m. you can, go to McDonald's. I don't think it's open at 2 a.m. Like say it's midnight and you're like, what, I want to go to McDonald's. Like no one can stop you. You can do that. So I feel like I'm a very independent person. So getting to like just be free and choose what I want to do and how I want to like manage my time too, just was so nice. And it gave me a little like taste into what adulthood is going to be like. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely for me, it was about gaining new relationships and new connections. Because sometimes I want cookout and I can't drive the cookout, so I gotta have somebody else. But I was in honors college the first week, and we got there a week before everybody else got there, and so we already made like a whole little clan or friend groups, you know, before everybody got there because there was nobody there. But the power of meeting people, I got probably 500 plus Instagram followers, probably just from talking to people. And so it was a fun experience because I'm alone, they were alone. So we just walked with each other and started talking. And that's how it ended.
So I haven't started college yet, but speaking from orientation, tours, and like talking to people from through social media, I agree everything what Jada said, meeting people from across the world and just seeing their experiences and stuff like that. So
You guys kind of already hit on a lot of the things that I would have. Of course, like I was saying earlier, I'm a people person, so I was itching to get to campus, meet people, and I can honestly say some of the people that I met, I'm probably going to be friends with them. When I have children in the future, they're going to know them type things. Like I've built lifelong relationships with a lot of people. But I have to be honest, for me, one of my, I think the best takeaway that I took, I'm not going to give y'all my whole life spiel, but basically my father wasn't in my life. So around sophomore year, I ended up joining the Beta Gamma chapter of Alpha Phi Fraternity Incorporated. That was probably one of the best things I've ever done in my entire life. Just the things that I was taught and, you know, the things that I was introduced to and being around like-minded young Black men. I think that was one of the things that really brought me to the point where I wanted to bring myself to, you know, excel at the highest level. So I think being around like-minded people at a college, doesn't matter if you're in a fraternity or anything like that, just being around like-minded people, like you see people doing well, so you want to do well. It's like, I want to match their energy. You know what I'm saying? So I think that was it for me. But yeah.
All right, next question. What are the least enjoyable or what are the least enjoyable about college life? I would say, you know, I think sometimes it's like when you kind of get overwhelmed because like, you know, as good as and fun as college can be, of course you're not always going to feel great sometimes. And you know, I think for me what really happened is I would sometimes kind of end up in mental slumps where I'm just like, you know, classes aren't going my way, friendships, relations are not going my way, and I'm just like, you know, you kind of just down. And, you know, and really those are, for me, that was the first times I ever experienced things like that in my life. So it was more so, how do I really kind of navigate those things? So I guess those are probably the more least enjoyable facts about, or things about college life. It's more so like when you kind of do get into those slumps with your college life and how to navigate those, how you keep your grades up as you kind of go through a mental slump, how you can maintain friendships as you're going through a mental slump. And for me, like I said, just for me, how I kind of handle those things, like, you know, reach back to your parents, reach back to people that care about you, and just always, you know that you have people that are rooting for you and care about you. So really just kind of check back in with yourself, like, hey, you know, I'm going through whatever, but you're gonna be fine. So I guess kind of going through those mental up and downs was definitely probably the more least enjoyable things about college for me.
I will piggyback off of what Jasmine said. I feel like it's really easy to fall into isolation your first year of college. Um, you try to distance yourself from like your family and like your parents because you don't want to rely on them as much because you've just found your independence. But I still feel like you should keep in contact. Make a visit home every once in a while because you're gonna need your family through this time. It's gonna get hard at certain points. Like Jasmine said, you're gonna get depressed and school's gonna be hard and your relationships aren't working out. But just know that you always have your family there for you when nobody else is. So that's probably my least favorite thing about school is that isolation you feel.
Yeah, I'd probably have to add to that and say that I don't think people realize how lonely college is. And I think everyone kind of thinks it's their own individual, like, oh, I'm the only person who feels this way. But majority of freshmen who come in like feel this like, oh my gosh, like this is the worst thing ever, or like I'm so lonely and I'm so sad. Like just for a little bit there in the beginning, like I actually like wanted to drop out my first month, and my mom was like, just wait, it'll get better. You're fine. And I was. But I think the transition, it's weird to go from, you know, you're dependent on your parents your whole life, and then now you're like dropped off and you're all alone, and you come back for the summer, and then you go back and like you have all these different friend groups, and that's probably the hard part is it's like strange because it's like you're living two separate lives, and it's like you're sleeping over at your own house whenever you come home for like Thanksgiving break. It's weird. I'd say one of my least favorite things is probably gen eds. Honestly, I don't like taking history classes and math and science whenever I'm studying theater and I want to sing and dance. I don't want to do all of that stuff. So probably that'd be one of my least favorite things. And I'm a pretty, I like my alone time and I like to be introverted. So at college, it's kind of hard to get that, especially if you're living with like 7 girls in a dorm room. So I definitely had to like find the balance of that. I spent a lot of nights like in the Chick-fil-A parking lot by myself because I needed alone time. So I just like sat in my car.
Well, the least enjoyable part for me was learning how to study, because all of my teachers were based off of different nationalities. So it was really tough for learning how to, well, this one teaches this way and this one teaches that way. So now I have to like switch it up. I can't take notes in my head. I got to write them down. I just can't do it. And so that was probably the least enjoyable part. And I didn't really get homesick, but when I would get stressed, I would call like my family and friends back home just to encourage and keep me motivated. It's a lot, and it takes a toll on your body.
Yeah, just tagging on to everyone else, just that just being alone and college basically testing like your adulthood, just being that first step to your adulthood. And being 4 hours away from home, and I get homesick easily. So like luckily I won't be there alone. I'll be there with a couple of high school friends as well. So kind of takes a toll off my body.
So I'm a realist to everyone. So I'm gonna go ahead and say what probably a lot of these people that just spoke was wanted to say but didn't. College was one of the brokest periods in my life. I'm going to keep it 100,000 with you all. I've been dead broke in college, but I think that the interesting thing about it is, at least my experience was like I was around a lot of people that was in the same boat. So college is a lot of broke college student nights. You out with your friends, just doing something. Y'all trying to scrounge together money to go to cookout, walk the cookout. You know what I'm saying? I think that you have to have those highs and lows because you have to appreciate what it is in the real world. Because right after college, the real world hit, and there is highs and lows. So I definitely think that that was probably one of the worst things about being in school is that anytime I did get money, you know, it would have to go to my bills sometimes, or it would have to go to things that I needed, books. It would have to go to me paying for my car. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it definitely humbled you, and it definitely brings you back down to earth. Because a lot of times, like they were saying, everybody gets that freedom. Okay, everybody gets that freedom, and then that first thing happens. Oh, okay, dang, this is real life. Thankfully, I'm in college. I got my family, but like then it starts to go in your head. Well, when I get out of college, it's gonna be all on me. So it prepares you for a lot, but definitely not having funds was not fun. So.
No, I remember going to the grocery store and then be like, I will leave the store like it looks like no more money to spend for the week. No more money to spend for the week. No, those were not fun times. But now I want to open up questions for anyone in the audience that has any questions for the panel. Don't be shy.
Feel free to come off of mute, and let's try to make this more interactive than just using the chat, since it's kind of a peer-to-peer type thing. Vera, we see your hand.
Yeah, hi. Don't mind my voice, guys. I'm just getting over a cold. But hi, I'm Vera. I'm a rising senior, and my question is for like anybody who wants to answer. But like, how did you guys go about your college application process? And like, did you guys do like early admissions? And like, was there anything that you wish you would have done differently or anything like that along the lines of like when you applied and everything like that?
So I would say for me, it was kind of interesting because I applied during 2020 COVID era. So for Radford in particular, at that time, they waived the whole admissions fee. So really all I had to do was apply, send my transcript, and I graduated high school with 3.8. So that alone, they didn't need nothing else from me. They were like, when you want to come. So it was smooth sailing. So I just applied to regular admissions.
I'm sorry, but for me, I can't remember of the website that I applied to colleges through. Common App. The Common App. I applied through the Common App. They did have fees, but it had all of the colleges that I wanted to apply to on there. So it had my applications together, so I wouldn't get lost and I wouldn't get confused with those certain things. I did apply early because I graduated early. So I just wanted to make sure that I had a option for when I graduated.
Yeah, for me, I knew really soon when I like where I wanted to go to college. So I actually applied my junior year. So I was really early admission. And because of that, I got in early, and it was around COVID time, which was actually a big blessing in disguise because I ended up applying right at the time whenever they said SAT was optional and it wasn't needed for the scholarships. And then 2 weeks after I applied, they shut that down and they were like, now SAT is optional. So if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't be on the scholarship I am right now because my SAT score wouldn't have put me up that high. So that was the blessing. And also now I get, I think it's $2,000 renewable scholarship every year because I did early admission. So if you like have decided where you want to go, I always recommend early admission because there's usually perks to it like that.
Well, I also used the Common App, and I ended up graduating high school with 3.75, so that helped out too. And through my senior year, I had a whole bunch of time because I had dual enrollment courses. So the last semester of my senior year, I didn't even have to go to school at all. It was all online college courses. So that helped free up my time to apply for different schools and scholarships, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, so for me, I didn't know where I wanted to go back in the fall. So for me, I qualified for financial aid. So all of my fees for my college applications were waived. So I kind of used that to my advantage, and I applied to over 20 colleges. And also use free application week to your advantage. The admission process might be long, but some people don't want to pay $100 for the fee, and that's totally fine. So that's why they have the free application week. But I applied to 20 different colleges, and I kind of based it off where the location of the school, of course, how much money they gave me, and just if I like the school as well. So take those tours, do your research, reach out to people that's already there and ask for advice and stuff. So yeah.
So for me, I'll keep it quick because I know everybody kind of touched on a lot of the different things, but I definitely applied when there was a free application process, and I kind of knew I wanted to go to Virginia State even before I applied to other schools. So once I seen what type of money they were giving me, it was in state, wasn't that far. I just went with it, and I just didn't really second guess it. I think that's important too. Like when you know what you want, just go get it. So.
All right, I see Shamika asks, what did you write your essay on? Looking for suggestions. I personally didn't write essay for Amazing College. I'm not sure if anyone on the panel did, if they can speak on it.
Best of I wrote.
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
Sorry. I think I wrote a lot of scholarship essays, but I'm pretty sure to get into college. Oh my gosh, I wrote so many. I kind of made like a toolbox of essays because normally scholarship questions are very similar to each other. They're just kind of different fonts. Like it'll be like, what's your career goal? And then another one will ask like, what's your future aspiration? So as long as you have like something that kind of fits into each one. So I had a good staple, like 10 different essays that I would kind of switch in and out, and I would just like tweak them to like each application to like what they were asking for specifically. So I think for all of them though, I really focused on something I was like super passionate about, and I really leaned into the storytelling aspect, because that's really what gets like a panel's attention, is if you start it with a story or something that catches their eye like right away. I normally like do like the first paragraph is a story, and then it leads into like the rest of it, because then it's just more personal to you.
All right, any other questions from the audience? Come on, y'all. I know you have questions.
Looks
All
like
right, I see a
somebody has a hand raised.
Chancellor has her hand up.
How difficult or jarring was the transition from like a high school course and workload and homework and stuff to a college one? And like, how did you deal with it or whatever?
So I'm kind of gonna go out of order because this one is something I want to touch on. So I think that personally for me, and I can be honest, because I'm done with school, I didn't apply myself to the fullest extent in high school. And that's why it was important, like I was saying, Ms. Smith, that was my counselor, Jasmine's mom. She seen it in me. And she was saying that I have so much potential in that if I want to do better, if I want to be better, I have to do better. So when I got to Virginia State my freshman year, to my surprise, it was actually way easier than I thought it was. And I remember that Miss Tiffany was telling me that if it's easy, take advantage of it because it's not always going to be like that. So that was the key for me to like do my best, turn in my homework the day I get it. You know what I'm saying? Don't BS, don't like basically set myself up because I know that later on in college it was going to get harder. And if my GPA did have to take an impact, I've done what I needed to do and set myself up. So basically what I'm trying to say is when you get there, hit the ground running. Don't be scared. Don't be timid. Don't be ask questions. Be annoying in class. If, I got 10 different questions, ask your questions because that's what you're paying money to be there for. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that a lot of people, they're scared of college until they get there and they realize, okay, maybe I might be able to do it. When you're on that line of like, okay, I don't know if I want to do it or I do want to do it, just do it because you're going to thank yourself later, especially because you're paying money for it. I have to say it again. You're paying money to be there, so make the best of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna piggyback on what he said. You harass your professor if you have to. Like when I am struggling in class, I will make sure he knows I'm struggling, like because that's what they're there for. Go, and my thing is utilizing office hours. When I tell you, if I had so many people like in college would be like, "Oh, I'm scared to go to office hours." What if the professor? That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to go to office hours. You're supposed to ask them for help. That's what you're supposed to do. But kind of rewinding a little bit, take dual enrollment in AP classes in high school. Those classes build up the habits, or at least the good habits that you need to be successful in college, especially AP classes. Like, even though I never got any AP credits, I never did well on AP exams, but that's not the point. I learned how to write a paper. And one thing I learned with college is that you will never evade writing a paper, no matter if you're taking an English class, a history class, an engineering class, a cybersecurity, you will be writing a paper. So one thing I would stress is learn how to write a quality essay, no matter what. You have to learn how to do it to be successful. But then also kind of like coach, and just like I said, study habits. One thing I also learned in college is that I need to study by myself. Because a lot of people like to do this, oh, we gonna get together and study in the group. Y'all don't study. One thing I learned, we end up talking and I realized 5 hours later, I did not get a single thing done. So for me personally, I just got to study by myself and lock in, which is fine. But I guess to just circle everything, build strong study habits, take those over on my AP classes, and you should be fine.
I will lastly say that freshman year is your easiest year in college. So take advantage of that, those classes that you take. Even if they're easy, get those out the way because those will help your GPA a lot.
And I want to add and say, going back to the visit the office hours, sometimes if you're on the fence between a C and a D or a B and an A, and that professor knows that you've shown up and you tried to get help and you put forth that extra effort, that can and usually makes a big difference in your final grade when you're on the fence.
Yeah, I agree with everything that everyone has said. I think that honestly, I was surprised because I didn't feel like my college work was much harder than my high school work because I was already doing some college classes in high school. And I've always kind of just been the student that like, I'm definitely not the smartest student in any of my classes, but I still do get like a 4.0 because I put in the work. Like it might take me like 5 hours longer than like the person sitting next to me, but like I'll still put in that work. And I think that's really what it comes down to in college is like, how late are you willing to stay up? How much effort are you willing to put in? Are you willing to go to the office hours? Are you willing to be annoying and raise your hand in class and ask questions? And I've always kind of just been that person. So I think it just depends on how much work you put into it. Honestly, I don't, especially your freshman year, I don't think that that's like a scary course load, depending on what you're doing though. But normally it's gen eds, which something I will say is at my college, I don't know how it works other places, but you can kind of build your own schedule. Like you don't, if they hand you a schedule that first semester, you don't technically have to follow that. And what they did my first semester was they tried to hand me a bunch of gen eds, but I didn't really want to do that because I know myself and I know that if I'm taking a science and a math and a history course and an English course, I'm going to get bored. And that's not stuff I'm passionate about. So I was like, no, I'm going to like throw in like stuff I actually like I'm going to college for. So I was like, no, like science can wait till my next semester. And I put in like my musical theater, I put in my voice lessons, I put in my creative writing because I still wanted to be passionate. And I tend to see a lot of people at my college just try to get all their gen eds out of the way first. And some people that works. For me, it wouldn't. I would get burnt out really fast. And I get why, because then they're like, oh, well, my last 2 years, I'll be doing nothing but my electives and like what I like. But then your first 2 years, you're kind of miserable. So you kind of have to decide what you want to do there. But yeah, I always just try to find a balance so that I'm still doing stuff I love because, hey, maybe I have to study for a math test, but then also after that, I can go, practice for my singing lesson. And I'm kind of still filling myself up with things I enjoy.
Yeah, and I kind of feel the same way what Bethany was saying. Like the work is harder, but like there's a lot of free time. And so with the study habit piece, like I tend to study longer. And so if I don't stop myself, I might be up to like maybe midnight, if possible. And so for me, I feel like you just have to learn how to balance it. I mean, your strategy is different from my strategy. So you might need a break for 20 minutes. I need a break for 10 minutes. So whatever works for you, and do what you got to do.
Great advice. And Morgan has her hand up. I want to make sure we get to her question.
Go ahead, Morgan.
Do you like have any regrets that you like made in high school or like that you like later in college like realize that maybe messed up like with your application or you like realize you should have did something different in high school?
Me personally, if I could go back, I don't think I would change anything. Anyone else on the panel that can answer that?
I would definitely say get like active more. I did play like 3 sports. But I would say like join like the BSU, the Black Student Union, or just like join clubs, get active. I would also say that like go out and hang out with your friends, go to football games and things like that. Just embody the high school spirit because that is something that you won't get back once you graduate.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I think like as far as what I needed to do to prepare myself for college, I was like all set. Like I did everything I possibly could. I was in every club at my school. I led everything. I had like the perfect grades. Like I was super involved. Like, I mean, I like burnt myself out a lot and I just kind of, that's my personality. So I tend to do that. But I do wish I had just spent more nights, hanging out with my friends and, going to a football game. Cause then you don't really get that back after you go to college and you're going to regret not, I mean, still focus, but I do think you kind of have to find the balance. Same thing with college too.
Could I say something, but I'm not a speaker on the panel?
Sure. And then after you, we'll go to Zanice's question.
Okay. I'm a college student, but I go to community college. I didn't take the traditional route like many people here. For me, I didn't do the best academically in high school. So when it came to me applying to colleges, I did get accepted to HBCU, but it wasn't the one I really wanted to go to. And I, me and my mom, we couldn't figure out how to pay to get into there. So one day my grandmother, she ran into a family friend that works at the community college I go to. And basically she explained she think it would be better for me financially and academically because with community college, the classes are smaller. So that's really what I needed. I needed that one-on-one, like a smaller classroom size. So I go to school, I don't have to pay anything out of pocket because my financial aid covers for all of my classes. So right now I don't have a set degree plan, but I know what I want to do when I transfer to a 4 year. So I didn't know the first 2 years of college, you're just doing basics. Like she was explaining, like you're just doing your basic classes. So me and my advisor, we have a degree plan for me to follow. It's called multidisciplinary studies. So basically the classes that I would enroll into because I want to go to Howard. I just came back from a DC like 2 days ago from visiting. So we look at Howard's classes for the degree I want to do, and we basically put all my classes together versus me following like a degree plan that's actually set at the school to figure out which classes I like, because the major I decided I wanted to do when I first went to college, I changed my mind. I wanted to do finance because I feel like it's a safe route, but I'm not the best at math. So I just discovered that I want to do chemistry. So we have classes set to take to see if I like it or not, because I would rather spend the money at my community college and decide if I like a class versus at a 4 year, and it's like $1,000 more. And so that's basically what we're doing. So I'm almost done with my classes. I'm going into my sophomore year. So after this year, well, in a few months, I'll be applying to Howard to see if I get accepted. And yeah, I just want to explain, like, in case anybody didn't know, because yeah, I didn't take a traditional route, but I'm still gonna get to where I am. It's not about how you start, but it's about how you finish. And basically, I won't be paying as much for my last 2 years versus if I went into the straight 4 years. But it did help me because my grades are way better than they were in high school. And I did get that one-on-one help I needed in a smaller classroom setting.
Thank you so much, Jakayla, for sharing that. There were so many golden nuggets in her sharing her experience. She got to the same place she needed to be. She was able to go to a community college, use her options. Everybody's journey is different, but she went in a more affordable way. So just know there's so many different options you can take. You can make it more affordable. You can strengthen your GPA. You can still knock out those basic classes. So thank you for sharing that. And good luck to you transferring to, we're going to claim it for you today when you get accepted into Howard. How about that? With a full scholarship to finish out your last few years. So we claiming that today, but excellent job. Zanice, you're up next.
Okay. Like you said, my name is Denise. I'm a rising junior. And I'm in Nova. But my question was for any of the panelists who wanted to answer. I know college is like kind of hard, I guess. I really don't know. But do you guys have like any like studying tips? Because I'm not the best studier, but I can get stuff done. But do you guys have like any specific tips that you think we should follow?
I got a very simple one for you. Like I said, I'm a very simple guy. Repetition is key. Repetition is key. And I'm going to say the third time, just for repetition purposes. Repetition is key. Meaning, as soon as you learn something, okay, you can learn it. This is what I did. I would get something in class. I'm going over it. Okay, cool. Get home, get to my room. Before I go outside and stuff, look over it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's college, so you want to be out. So you're going to be out. Now, do you want to learn your lesson and be out? Or do you just want to, you know what I'm saying, just be out and not learn your lesson and be gone next semester? So look over it. Okay, when you get done, come back. Now, a lot of times in college, for my freshman year, my work wasn't due for like another week. So I do it. I look at it the day of, and I'll repeat it. Look at it again before it's actually time to submit it. Just repetition is key, honestly. That really saved me. Just going over stuff repeated times.
I will also say, you know, for me, it's not necessarily study tips. It's more so how you go about getting all your work done. For the most part, a lot of college classes, you get a lot of your work well in advance. Like you have like a week or two to get it done. So really, it's more so when you see it, get it done as soon as you can. Don't wait, because when you wait, you have a problem when you have a lengthy assignment and it's due at midnight, and you're like, I don't know how to complete this. Get it done as soon as you can. Set time. For me, realizing when are you most productive? I realize I'm most productive in the morning. So I always kind of like, all right, when I wake up, do my thing, get work done. Because I know the later and it gets by, I'm not going to be productive. So knowing that, all right, in the mornings, I'm getting my work done, getting XYZ assignments done, and boom, keep it pushing. But like I said, it's more so for me, procrastination. Just get things done. Just get it done, and it'll save you a lot of pain in the future. But anyone can get down.
I will also say like the environment you're studying in is very important. Like you don't want to have any background distractions, TV's on, or like you don't want to be in your bed studying because that's not really like getting those like flows going. I would say like go to the library or even study with your friends if that will help you even more. I strongly don't suggest studying your room just because it'll distract you.
I would definitely agree with that. I think anytime my friends are like, "Oh my gosh, let's go study," like I know we're not actually going to. We're just gonna go to a coffee shop and like laugh the whole time and like, yeah. So I mean, so pick your times. I definitely, if I'm studying, I'm like by myself in a study room. Like I've either reserved it or like I've made sure to get there early so I can have that room to myself. Because even like trying to find a quiet place in your dorm, like it's not fair to like expect your roommates to be like 100% silent for you, or like say it's like, 10 p.m. and they're all watching a movie and you want it to be quiet. So like you kind of have to pick where you want to go. I spent a lot of nights just studying in my car, honestly. But biggest thing honestly for me was Quizlet. I love Quizlet, and making your own Quizlets or something. I don't know if this is just my college, but if I would get a study guide from a professor for an exam, I would always look it up on Google just to be sure first that someone didn't already make a Quizlet for it. Because a lot of the time someone already did and they've already answered all of the 200 questions. And I just saved myself 6 hours because now I just need to memorize it. I don't have to find the answers myself. Normally I'll like fact check it to make sure that it's like doesn't like it's not the wrong answers. But whenever you get your first couple study guides, I just check to make sure a student hasn't already done all the work for you, and you can just kind of like compare your answers and work off of that. Because there was one test that probably should have taken me like 15 hours to study for, and it only took me like 2 because someone answered all 400 of the questions, and it was a resource there, and Quizlet's free. So, and I think repetition, flashcards help a lot.
Yeah, and I would also say, on top of Quizlet, Khan Academy and Cahoots, that helped us a lot. And for A&T, they had about maybe hundreds of rooms you could study in. And so, but of course, it's a public HBCU, so every space ain't isn't going to be open. And so it's all about finding, the right spaces, like they were saying, and studying with the right group of people, because the wrong group will get you off track real quick.
Okay, well, we are going to take this final question. If y'all can hear me, I'm going to make sure. So, David, we'll yield the last question to you. If you could come off of mute and share your question, and then we're going to wrap up for our young adult panel. It said David.
Oh, wow. Because I had a simple, but my question was, in all honesty, I'm entering my, and I just wanted to have else because I don't really get to talk about this. Anyone here ever had that? Oh God, what have I down situation? First semester, and I just wanted to make sure
Is David
completely out there?
Is David cutting off on anybody other than me?
I came into my.
Hey, David.
Yeah, he's cutting out.
Can you type it in the chat, because we're getting like every other word, so I apologize for that. I know in the chat, I thought I saw you had asked already, has anyone had a nervous breakdown story? So I don't know if it's similar to that, but your audio was cutting out.
Yes.
Thank you. So can anybody share, anybody had a nervous breakdown, kind of a moment where you know, kind of spazzed out or had to kind of figure out how to get yourself back together?
I will say that I've had a moment just because in high school I strived for success. I was a straight A student. I graduated with a 4.1 GPA. So coming to college, it was very humbling where you're in a classroom full of like 35, 50 students. You're not the number one student. You're not the smartest in the room anymore. And when I got my first B in college, it really like hurt me just because like I was struggling. And second semester is when I got my first D ever in my whole school experience. I got a D. And that like it really made me upset because you can ask my mom, she's here right now, but I am a straight A student. So getting anything below a minus is like, what is this? So that D, it had me stressing out about my GPA and everything like that. So that's when I had my mental breakdown.
Yeah, no, I have those all the time. That's very normal for me, especially.
You're good. You're good. I think for me, the times I experience like those little breakdowns is when I think all of us on the panel experience this when you have those weeks where you have like 3 tests due by the end of the week, 2 papers and a project due, and you just like you don't even know where to start. And it's more so you're just like you feel so overwhelmed and you're just like you don't know what to do. You're just like, I got all these things to do, not enough time. I'm in these clubs too. I got these things I gotta do too. And you're overwhelmed. You're on your own 10. So you really don't know how to handle it. It's more so for me, I have to remind myself, take things one thing at a time. Just take one thing. All right, get this one thing off my plate. All right, let's move on to the next thing. When you kind of like let yourself do one thing at a time, slowly things get off your plate so you can then kind of so you can finally feel not overwhelmed again. So definitely I would say that.
Yeah, I would agree too. I mean, I think that it's really easy to get trapped into this, like, this is the only thing that matters right now is like this test in this world, and like you kind of spiral into it. And I think what always helps me is remembering like I've gotten through every hard thing in my life so far, and I will get through this. Like no matter what, like I will get to go home for Christmas break. I'll see my family again. I'll come home for the summer. Like life will be good again. Like because finals can really suck. It gets hard. But finding that balance. And then I did see the other question that was in the chat, and I wanted to talk about it because I had quite an experience with that about your roommate and like having a disagreement with your roommates. Big thing, which I did not do my freshman year and I regret it so much, is if you have a roommate situation where you start to disagree with something your roommate does or you don't like it, say it like right away. Like within that first week, if you notice like, okay, they're not doing the dishes or like they're I don't know, like leaving their towels on the floor. Cause if you let that like fester, it's just going to keep building and building and building. Then you guys are going to blow up at each other like before winter break ends. And then it's going to be awful the rest of the semester whenever you could have avoided it by just like confronting each other in the beginning. And they asked if you recommend being best friends with your roommate. I personally would say no. I think it's good to be friends with your roommate, but I was best friends with my roommate last year, and I honestly think it kind of ruined our friendship just because you see a different side of them that you aren't expecting. And I don't know, it's just, I think it's good to like find someone you are most compatible with. That doesn't mean like best friends, but like as far as like, when do we go to sleep? When do we wake up? When do you study? Like, what are your habits? I think finding that kind of compatibility is super important. Not so much that you guys are best friends, because you will have tons of time to hang out with your best friends outside of your dorm.
Great advice.
Real quick, as a RA, don't do it. Don't do it. That's what I'm gonna say. Don't do it.
But that's you all have shared some phenomenal advice. So let's give a round of applause to all of our young adult panelists. I've learned some things from y'all too, and I agree. Don't do it with the roommate situation. You don't have to be besties. You just have to get up, keep y'all spaces clean, and live y'all separate lives and maintain some peace and have your friends somewhere else. But this has been phenomenal. Great insight shared. So I hope everyone took away some gems, because I know I certainly did. So thank you so much to Miss Jasmine Smith for moderating the session today. Great questions. And thank you to all of our panelists for sharing all of your collegiate experiences and more. So thank you all so very much. Best of luck to all of you, those who are still in college and those who are on the other side of college, on the employment side, and looking for those next opportunities. Great job. And thank you all so much for sharing your insights and pouring into those who are right on the heels of where you have been and are going next. So now I want to quickly transition to wrapping up for the day. Tomorrow we're going to start at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And I am going to share with those who are interested in the scholarship opportunities. Scholarship opportunities that I'm going to share are for high school students. You do not have to be a high school senior, because you can use some of the smaller scholarships to help you offset your SAT test, registration fees, etc. It's also for high school students, 9 through 12, but also for continuing college students who could use a little bit of extra help should they want to go through the whole scholarship application. So I love being able to do that. So let me get to my instructions here real quick. I'm not going to keep you much longer. So I do want to say that I have roughly the following scholarship amounts. I'm likely to award more than one scholarship for some of the larger ones. Magnus Tempo, I have about $2,500 to award. The Buffy Foundation donated $2,000. Gospel Worship School Program donated $1,000. Ultimus IT donated $500. The Boys and Girls Club of Greater Washington Center of Transformation donated $300. You have to be a rising high school senior at a Boys and Girls Club of Greater Washington club who was in the COT program. But if you weren't in the COT program, or you're not a part of the Greater Washington Club, apply for these other scholarships. Do not walk away. And then Chambliss Consulting LLC donated $150. So that would make a great scholarship for a high schooler who's not a senior, but you're still going through the college application and the SAT process. Those are great opportunities. So what is it going to take to get access to one of the scholarships? Well, the link to apply. So if you go to my website, which is listed here, and I'll have the QR code on another slide as well. This link will take you to the scholarship application, the scholar profile in which you will need to build if you do not currently have a version of it that you're comfortable with submitting. But you would have to attend both days of the summit. So even though if I pre-select you after day one, I don't see you on tomorrow, I'm likely to look to the next person on my list to award that scholarship to. I'm checking to see. I've been doing screenshots, see whose camera's on, and who's engaging. So we are tracking that. Your scholarship application must be submitted by 10 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. Again, 10 p.m. tonight. Not 10:01, not 10:15 Eastern Time, not 11. So if you find, don't wait till the last minute, but if you have any technical difficulties getting your application submitted, the first thing I want you to do is switch to a different browser. Sometimes different browsers create errors on different laptops. Either switch your browser, switch the computer in which you're working from, because I've already tested the application. I know the application works, and I know it will submit because I filled out an application this morning, submitted it, and I received it via email. So telling me that the application is broken, it is not broken. Try a different browser, try a different computer to start. Also, the scholar profile, the template is on the website. You will need to upload a headshot if I don't already have your headshot, but on the safe side, I think it's going to require you to resubmit a headshot anyway. So make sure you have a clear headshot with just you in the picture, please. And then you will have to write a 250-word essay. I do not want 300 words, and I'm not looking for 200 words. I'm looking for around 250 words. Describe an academic challenge you experienced, how you overcame the challenge, and what you learned about yourself. 3 things in a very concise way I want you to share in your 250-word essay. If you're in high school, you'll need to attach something that verifies what school you're in, what your GPA is. A report card could be useful, your high school transcript, if you have an unofficial copy, those kind of things. If you are in college, you can provide, or if you're new to college, you want to provide your college acceptance letter, your college enrollment letter, to verify that you're currently in college. Or if you've been in college for a while, if you want to provide your schedule for this fall coming up, provide that too. And then your GPA, you can share your unofficial transcripts, a report card, whatever that shows your GPA. Don't handwrite your GPA. I don't want your handwriting. I want something official that was provided to you. It doesn't have to be an official transcript, but it has to be from an entity other than you. And then lastly, your screenshot of the Scholarships for Scholars group that you are to join on Facebook, Instagram, or the at Christie TikTok channel that I showed earlier. So those are the ways, those are the items you need for the scholarship. Barring any questions, I'm going to leave this up for a few minutes. This is the link to the scholarship and the QR code. It must be submitted by 10 p.m. tonight so that I'll have an opportunity to evaluate your scholarships. It won't take you very long. The hardest part will be the essay and gathering documents. If you already have a scholar profile, you may spend 10 or 15 minutes on the scholar profile, but make sure your scholar profile is complete. I will be looking at those things. So take this serious. This summit is all about excellence, and let your excellence shine through and let it speak for you when you're not in the room. Are there any questions or comments? Let's see.
There's some in the chat.
Let's see. Let's see. Trying to get back to them. Let's see.
I can read them.
Yes, if you can get to them before I can.
Sure. Vera asked, can we apply to more than one scholarship that were listed on the screen?
So good question, Vera. You apply one time and I will match you with the right scholarships, because a couple of those entities had clear, specific criteria they were looking for. Like this one, you have to be a college freshman going into college in the fall. They wanted a Virginia resident, and they wanted them to be attending a Virginia HBCU. So I have to match you. That's why I'm encouraging as many of you as possible to apply. Some of them I have a lot of discretion with who I award to. Most of the others, the Boys and Girls Club is the only other one with set criteria, but I have a lot of discretion on some of these. So you only apply once. So once you hit submit, Vera, I'll be able to match you up with scholarship opportunities. Is there any other questions there?
Next question is, does the essay need to be completed by tonight?
The essay is a part of the scholarship application. No essay, no scholarship. This goes back to my earlier point of, and I'm not picking on anybody when I say this, but follow directions. And so if I share with you that in order to be eligible for the scholarships, you must do all of these things by 10 p.m., then guess what? If I don't have all of these things by 10 p.m., I'm moving on to the next student who had their full package.
The next question, Dr. Christie, is what if you are homeschooled?
If you're homeschooled, then you should have some official records of your educational academic record. Provide your academic record as you would have to report in other means. Reach out to me. I'm going to put my, if y'all have a specific question, I'm going to put my email address in the chat. And this is for any of you. If you have a question you absolutely need help with, feel free to email me. I will be checking this afternoon for questions. Just give me a little bit of time, because it may take me a little bit to get back with you. But if you want to, Chancellor, send me a draft of what you're thinking about submitting for the homeschool records, then I can give you a little bit of insight before you finish applying. Good question.
Next question is, when is the recording of today's summit? When will it be ready? And what if I already have a resume? Do I still need to make the scholar profile?
You do not, but the things that I had in the scholar profile, I'm looking to see on your resume. So, and I'll, once I'm going to make these slides available after our session and the recording as soon as it downloads. So go back and look. And if I'm asking for your educational information, where your plans are for college, you may have to make a tweak to your resume to meet the intent of my scholarship application. This is a life lesson, y'all. If someone asks you for certain information and you have a version of it that's close, but not quite what they're asking for, you may have to tailor it to give people what they're asking for because they might need that information for a reason. So plan on making adjustments to your resume. The good news is you already off to a good start. Gabriel, you probably should have a scholar profile from earlier activities I know you've been involved in, but tweak it, dust it off, make sure it complies with similar to the example and the template that I have on the website.
The last question I see, Dr. Christie, is can I use my college transcripts as proof of college attendance?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, you can. All right, y'all have been, let me take this off. I like to see faces. So y'all have been phenomenal. I hope y'all got a lot out of day one. And thank you so much for your time and your attention today and your engagement, more importantly. And so I look forward to seeing some phenomenal scholarship applications, high schoolers all the way up to current college students. Get those in tonight. See y'all at 3:00 tomorrow, p.m. Eastern time. And we're going to kick this off for a couple more hours. It'll go fast. And then anticipated announcement on scholarships will end with that tomorrow. So reach out if you have any questions. Otherwise, enjoy the rest of your Saturday afternoon. And thank you so much for spending the first half with me in our Youth Career and College Excellence Summit. Have a good afternoon.